Good afternoon. I'm Henry Chopp, the host and producer of both the World War II Old Time Radio channel and the World War II newspaper channel. Today I am going to share a radio documentary that was produced in 1985 and that I recorded when it was aired on the radio in 1992. These recordings come from a high-quality master tape. This documentary was a partial inspiration in starting the two YouTube channels. In fact, you will hear where our theme song came from. It is my sincere wish that you will find this radio documentary as fascinating as I did 30 years ago. And now close your eyes and travel back to the home front.
Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the home front. On Saturday evening, August 5th, 1945, people crowded the sidewalk outside the Majestic Theater in New York City, waiting to see the new Rodgers and Hammerstein hit, Carousel. About 200 miles away, President Truman was working late at the White House. About 7,000 miles away from Broadway and the Oval Office, it was already the future. Not just the time zone difference that made it Sunday morning, August 6th in the Far East, but because one airplane carrying one bomb was about to change the world in a flash.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
What a moment, what a feeling. The Second World War had ended. And for Americans, it seemed as though an entire generation had been born at the same instant. Life was moving, grooving, and improving for a people who only a decade earlier had hit bottom. What an extraordinary experience to live and relive. And that's what I like to do now with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown. Just wander around the home front of the 30s and 40s in those years of the big bands, big events, and big decisions. And listen to how it happened, to get some feel of it again. If you want to come along, there's always room for one more. And it only takes a moment to get there. For people separated by the war, it certainly had been a long, long time. There was plenty of good news to go around, of course. Families were together again, rationing was ended, and assembly lines were retooling from making tanks and planes to turning out washing machines and automobiles. But not all the guys were coming home as fast as they wanted to, and it got a little unruly over there after they heard that the guys stationed in the United States were getting out first and were grabbing up all the girls, all the jobs, and all the seats in college. They thought the good life was beginning without them.
Out on Manzanella Beach, GI romance was made of peach. All night long make tropic love. Next day sit in hot sun and cool off, drinking rum and Coca-Cola. Go down Point Cumana, both mother and daughter, working for the Yankee dollar.
And that's what the good life seemed all about, the Yankee dollar, of which there seemed to be an unlimited supply.
Working for the Yankee dollar.
And Americans with piled-up dollars and pent-up desires were buying up everything in sight and everything out of sight on the black market. Prices went crazy. So did Congress, trying to figure out what to do about it. And millions of American workers went on strike for bigger paychecks. And that wasn't all. Even before VJ Day, people accused of being communists or subversives or loyalty risks were allegedly hiding in Hollywood and in the State Department and under every bed. This wasn't exactly the no-problem world that victory in war was supposed to create. But Mr. In-Between wasn't going to lead this parade. These were the boom years, the dawn of the American century, as they called it, delivery time and all those dreams interrupted by war and by that Great Depression that had emptied the pockets of Americans and left their hopes threadbare just a few years and an eternity ago.
I ain't got no home, I'm just a roaming round. Just a wandering worker, I go from town to town. And the police make it hard wherever I may go. And I ain't got no home in this world anymore.
When Woody Guthrie sang that song back in the early 30s, 15 million breadwinners were out of work, and 32 million Americans had no income at all. Whole families stood in bread lines and soup lines, victims of the crash of '29. The country, it seemed, just kept on crashing. President Herbert Clark Hoover avoided calling the situation a panic. He came up with another name, depression, and the word stuck. Beyond the White House and out across the land, a couple of million Americans were permanently on the move, like Bedouin tribesmen, riding the rods or boxcars of freight trains from one town or city or hobo jungle to another, in search of a square meal or a day's work. And as fast as they could be found by railroad security guards, they were thrown off.
Once I built a railroad, I made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime?
In the winter of '32, as the national suicide rate tripled, comedians like Eddie Cantor tried to ease the pain with humor.
Nowadays, when a man walks into a hotel and requests a room on the 19th floor, the clerk asks him for sleeping or jumping.
And I give him to you as your candidate, our great, glorious Californian, Herbert Hoover.
This campaign is more than a contest between two men. It is more than a contest between two parties. It is a contest between two philosophies of government.
The voters had already figured that out. While businesses were going belly up every day, the president seemed to be preaching a philosophy of no government at all.
Franklin D. Roosevelt, having received more than 2/3 of all the delegates voting, I proclaim him the nominee of this convention for President of the United States.
The Democrats picked as their man the governor of New York, who had been stricken with polio 11 years earlier. Franklin Roosevelt was a powerful symbol of success against the odds, and he won.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. We never see a headline about a bread line today. And when we see the landlord, we can look that guy right in the eye. We're in the money. Come on, my honey. Let's spend it, lend it, send it rolling on.
Well, not everybody was in the money. But by the time of the next election in 1936, FDR's strategy of centralized crisis management had cut unemployment in half, doubled industrial production, pulled banks back from the brink, and caused profits to rise sharply. The Depression wasn't over, but FDR had smoked out the fear of fear.
Certainly not Walt Disney's Three Little Pigs, who sang that tune in a cartoon short subject during the Depression. Became something of a national anthem. The Wolf, of course, was Hard Times, fear of the future, and worry about the problems of Europe and Asia. But with faith and some fortunes rising, many Americans felt that the rest of the world would just have to look out for itself. That may explain why this song by Al Jolson was more popular at the end of the 30s than at the start.
What care I who makes the laws of a nation? Let those who will take care of its rights and wrongs. What care I who cares for the world's affairs, as long as I can sing its popular songs? Let me sing a funny song with crazy words that roll along. And if my song can start you laughing, I'm happy, happy. I want to sing of Dixie's charms, of cotton fields and Mammy's arms. And if my song can make you homesick, I'm happy.
We'll return to the home front in a moment. Hollywood, through most of the 1930s, sent out conflicting signals on peace and war, pacifism and patriotism. Audiences would go from a farewell to arms to a call to arms and not know what to think. What was clear in 1938, as always, was that music and romance, not politics, kept the box office busy. For Warner Brothers' Robin Hood, Eric Korngold wrote a classically good score to help Errol Flynn's Robin in his sword play with Basil Rathbone's Sir Guy Gisborne.
You've come to Nottingham once too often. When this is over, my friend, there'll be no need for me to come again. You know any prayers, my friend? I'll say one for you.
The whole country sang and whistled the tune that Snow White's Seven Dwarfs sang and whistled as they picked away at their diamond mine. Their labors were a gold mine for Walt Disney. Snow White was the biggest box office hit of 1938.
Hollywood Hotel. Good evening. Just a moment, I'll connect you.
Hooray for Hollywood! You may be homely in your neighborhood.
Bum, 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 bum. To be an actor, see Mr. Factor, you make your kisser look good.
Go out and try your luck, you may be Donald Duck. Hooray for Hollywood!
The big bands were big business. They sold lots of recordings and played to big crowds. And so Hollywood invited them out. Tommy Dorsey made movies, so did Glenn Miller. And Benny Goodman joined Dick Powell, Francis Langford, and stars galore in Warner's Hollywood Hotel.
Oh, hooray for Hollywood! It's really got me. Hooray! 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 Hooray for Hollywood! Hollywood!
In Vienna, Austria, in the early years of the 20th century, Bergasse 19 was a famous address. People would walk by hoping for a glimpse of Sigmund Freud, a middle-aged physician who lived there writing his provocative ideas, which he so curiously described as paranoia, megalomania, ideas about adult behavior resulting from repressed infantile fantasies. No one paid any particular attention to Felberstrasse 22, one of Vienna's hotels for men, or to the young Austrian part-time student and full-time dilettante who lived in room 16 and whose infantile fantasies were maturing in the disguise of political theory. In that room, shared with the heroes of Teutonic mythology and Wagnerian opera, littered with vile polemics against the Jews and with racist pamphlets on Aryan purity. In that room adorned with images of his mother whom he adored and yet abandoned in her dying days. In that room filled with hate for his dead father, a stern Austrian civil servant, in that room Adolf Hitler dreamed his dreams.
Vor uns liegt Deutschland, in uns marschiert Deutschland und hinter uns kommt Deutschland.
He carried his dreams from that room in 1913, disowned Austria, joined the German army, fought in World War I, and went into politics. He led his new Nazi party in ever larger protest against the Versailles Treaty that had ended the war and left the Germans shamed and desperately poor and vulnerable to his appeals to lost pride and almost forgotten glory.
Deutschland, Sieg Heil!
And they gave him votes. And he used those votes to bargain his way into becoming chancellor in 1933, to proclaim himself Führer, and to promise to rescue Germans everywhere and make them the masters they ought to be. He began by occupying the Rhineland in 1936 and by annexing Austria in 1938. And no triumph would be greater than his parade through the streets of Vienna. Now the fantasy was lived, not dreamed. Now he stood equal to Wagner's heroic Lohengrin. Now the Gestapo would go to Berggasse 19 to watch Sigmund Freud and put other Jews in fear, in jail, and in flight. Now he had conquered his father's country, and with it, perhaps, his father's ghost. Now he could look ahead to the rescue of Germans in Czechoslovakia. At home in America, when Kate Smith sang about the moon and a rose-covered valley and memories, it was just what people wanted. Not a martial air or a political anthem, but a love song about private lives, private hopes, private dreams, and individual freedoms.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
While tearing on a game of golf, I may make a play for the caddy, but when I do, I don't follow through, 'cause my heart belongs to Daddy. If I invite a boy,
That was the song that did it. Cole Porter wrote it for Leave It to Me for the 1938 fall season on Broadway. Mary Martin sang it, and Weatherford, Texas had a favorite daughter.
And my daddy, he treats her so
At about the same time that Broadway found a new star in Mary Martin, veteran actor Walter Houston was doing his first musical, Knickerbocker Holiday. In one of the songs written by Kurt Weill and Maxwell Anderson, you can hear the melancholy and last hopes of a change of seasons for the whole world.
and the wine dwindles down to a precious brew. September, November, and these few vintage years I'd share with you. These vintage years I'd share with you.
And the days dwindle down to a precious few.
From May to September 1938, Czechoslovakia's last days of freedom slipped away as Britain's Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain underwent a seasonal change from confidence to anxiety to fear.
My policy has always been to try to ensure peace and the Führer's ready acceptance of my suggestion.
After my visits to Germany, I realized vividly how Herr Hitler feels that he must champion other Germans. He told me privately, and last night he repeated publicly, that after the Sudeten Germany... How horrible, fantastic, incredible it is that we should be digging trenches and trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing.
That far-off country was about 600 miles from London. Those unknown people were invented by Britain and France, an assortment of minorities brought together as a single nation in the agreements ending World War I, a people who looked to their creators to protect them from Hitler's territorial demands and his threats of war. Ignoring their combined military strength, which was greater than Germany's, ignoring legal and moral obligations, ignoring the pleas of Czech President Beneš that his people not be betrayed, ignoring all but their dread of war, Chamberlain and French Premier Daladier decided that Hitler must have what he wanted. In a conference at Munich in the first hours of September 30th, the day before Hitler's deadline for war, Czechoslovakia was dismembered. Chamberlain went home to declare peace in our time.
We regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again.
Some knew better. In the House of Commons, against angry voices that tried to shout him down, Winston Churchill said, "We have sustained a total defeat, and do not suppose that this is the end. It is only the beginning."
Americans followed the crisis in Europe every day through radio. For the first time, news programs competed with entertainment programs for airtime. The world used to be an ocean away. Now it was just a kilocycle away.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special news bulletin. Moscow, Germany, and Russia today signed a non-aggression pact. They have agreed that neither country would declare war against one another, and that neither one would come to the aid of a third party.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time...
It is Halloween night, 1938, and those four words, "We interrupt this program," have become a familiar prefix to alarming news from Europe. Thousands of Americans listening to the CBS Mercury Theater on this night will not be able to separate fact from fantasy in Orson Welles' production of War of the Worlds.
There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Oh, Lord, they're turning into flames.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars.
The thousands of people who rushed to their basements or who fled their homes in panic didn't hear the second half of the program and the tongue-in-cheek sign-off by Orson Welles.
The War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo.
Wells said he could not believe that adults would be fooled by a story known to every child. But Americans had only recently learned to trust radio. Coming so soon after Munich, and with the new credibility of broadcast journalism, the Wells broadcast was the first demonstration for Americans of that threat to the senses, when fact and fancy are fused within a single source.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
I'd give up every possession if you'd come back to stay. I'd give 1,000,000 tomorrows for just one yesterday.
When Arthur Godfrey recorded that song in 1939, you could almost hear millions of Americans say, "Amen." The pollsters found that many Americans had become fatalists. They simply felt trapped in the present and more or less expected to be swept up in Europe's storms.
It's a twister! It's a twister!
Toto, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
And just like that, in MGM's Wizard of Oz, Judy Garland's sepia-toned Kansas world became the garish, technicolored Oz, a place populated by peace-loving but defenseless people, by a scarecrow, a lion, and a tin man who, like human folk, needed heart and courage and a clear mind, and by a timid soul who tried to keep his kingdom with bluff and bluster. Oz looked a lot like the real world outside the theater, if only things out there could be resolved as happily. If only everyone could click their heels in enchanted shoes and be whisked back to the secure world of home sweet yesterday.
Germany has invaded Poland and has bombed many towns.
On September 1st, 1939, a tidal wave of German airplanes, armor, and infantry fell on Poland and swept all before it. Poland's air force was gone in 2 days, its army in 7, its capital in 16. Hitler had been threatening Poland ever since Munich, confident that what had worked before would work again. He would make territorial demand. Chamberlain and Daladier would listen and bargain and appease. He would invent some pretext for attack, and Britain and France would cower under his glance. In London, Prime Minister Chamberlain made one last effort to avoid war. If Hitler would withdraw his troops, Britain would forget the whole thing.
I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
And not only at war, but isolated from all help, except help from the U.S. Some believed it was already too late for that. The American ambassador to Britain, Joseph P. Kennedy, thought Britain and France should bargain for peace. And Colonel Charles Lindbergh, America's favorite hero and best-known isolationist, troubled his admirers when he said that Germany was not the peril to beware.
If the white race is ever seriously threatened, it may then be time for us to take our part in its protection. To fight side by side with English, French, and Germans, but not with one against the other for our mutual destruction.
President Roosevelt thought otherwise. He declared a state of limited emergency, and he urged a change in America's neutrality laws to permit the sale of weapons to Britain and France. And he also made it clear that neutrality and moral indifference are not the same thing.
This nation will remain a neutral nation. But I cannot ask that every American remain neutral in thought as well. Even a neutral cannot be asked to close his mind or close his conscience.
We're on number 12 platform at Waterloo Station, one of the 10 big metropolitan stations that are engaged today on the evacuation of London's school children. Some of them reported very early at their schools, as early as 5 o'clock. None of them knew then, and none of them know now, actually where they're going to. The reason of not telling them is that with anxious parents saying goodbye to their children, they had a feeling that they might try and follow them. What? 1 minute? The train's leaving in 1 minute, is it? Well, now, children, come on, give them a song as you go. What about giving them the Lambeth Walk? Come on.
Happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow. Why, oh, why can't
I? We'll be back on the home front in a moment. In 1939, Hollywood did some of its best work, providing audiences with The Wizard of Oz, Wuthering Heights, Dark Victory, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And David O. Selznick produced a movie based on the first novel of a Georgia housewife, Margaret Mitchell.
I love you more than I've ever loved any woman. And I've waited longer for you than I've ever waited for any woman.
Let me alone.
Kiss me. Kiss me.
Clark Gable as Rhett Butler and Vivian Leigh as Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. Scarlett, for all her selfish ways, said something that meant something to Americans in that Depression era.
God is my witness. As God is my witness, they're not going to lick me. I'm going to live through this, and when it's all over, I'll never be hungry again. No, nor any of my folks. If I have to lie, steal, cheat, or kill, as God is my witness, I'll never be hungry again.
Clark Gable didn't get an Oscar for the role only he could have played. But almost everybody else connected with the movie did win an Academy Award, including Hattie McDaniel.
And then this evening, Miss Scarlett, she shouted to the door, and she said the funeral's set for tomorrow morning. And he says, you try that, and I killed you tomorrow. Do you think I'm going to put my child in the dark when she's so scared of it?
No black had ever won an Oscar before McDaniel's wonderfully scrappy and poignant performance. But because she played a well-loved and loyal slave, it was possible for Americans to honor one black actress without upsetting their attitude about blacks in general. In the 1930s, the big bands were all white or all black, until Benny Goodman broke the color line. In 1935, Goodman was playing arrangements by jazz genius Fletcher Henderson that distinguished the band from all others and set the direction for swing music. But no theater or ballroom would permit Henderson to appear with the band. In 1936, Goodman brought in pianist Teddy Wilson to make up a trio with himself and Gene Krupa. The hotels let Wilson play with the trio, but not with a full band. Like many other black performers, the richly gifted contralto Marian Anderson saw stages go dark at her approach. In the spring of 1939, on a national tour, she was barred from singing at Washington, D.C.'s Constitution Hall. So Eleanor Roosevelt and Interior Secretary Harold Ickes, with FDR's blessings, arranged for Marian Anderson to sing outdoors at the Lincoln Memorial. On the eve of the new decade of the 1940s, the United States, despite all of its whites-only signs and all of its ghettos of the streets and of the heart, was the world's one great hope against the bigotry, the racism, and the ethnic hatreds that were covering people in Asia in mass graves, putting entire nations into chains, and packing Europe's Jews into railroad boxcars. A nation that had not yet embraced all of its own sons and daughters would be called upon to defend the whole family of humankind.
Once I prophesied that this generation of Americans had a rendezvous with destiny. That prophecy comes true. To us, much is given, more is expected. This generation will nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth.
A word about our next program on the home front in a moment. In 1940, this was a song that was near the top of the surveys. Not of popular music, but of popular opinion.
Rock-a-bye, my baby, there ain't gonna be no war. There ain't gonna be no war over here.
But then came the fall of France, the Battle of Britain, and a peacetime draft. Many young Americans now in military uniform had a new song to sing.
Goodbye, dear, I'll be back in a year, 'cause I'm in the Army now. Don't I look handsome, dressed up like this? Stop your crying and give your soldier a kiss.
1940, next on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world.
If you enjoy the content on this channel, not only subscribe, but please donate to its upkeep. Because of the vintage old-time radio, films, and music that we feature, this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Help motivate us to keep posting this wonderful content and seeking out more. We'd like to think that this channel is more interesting than any other nostalgia channel of a similar type. Help us keep going by donating. In the description section of this video, you will find a secure link to PayPal. Any little bit helps. Thank you for your support.
Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the home front.
This changing world, this changing scene, where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this changing world.
This is William B. again, and that was Ray Eberly singing with the Glenn Miller Band about the changing world of 1940. The world, for many Americans that year, meant standing in line to see any movie that was in color, discovering a hot new singer named Sinatra, snapping up a new marvel from science, nylon stockings, betting that the Yankees could win their 12th pennant, and betting that President Roosevelt wouldn't seek or couldn't win a third term. But more than anything, 1940 meant worrying about the war that was going on in Europe and arguing about it. Could the United States avoid involvement in Europe's affairs? Should it? All that happened a long time ago, of course, but there's always something new and fascinating and important to be found by tuning in on history when it was still current events. And that's what I like to do now with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown. Just listen in on that old year of 1940 when it was a new year. In just a moment, we'll be part of that changing world. We'll be back on the home front of 1940. See you there. New Year's Eve, 1939, Times Square in New York City. People everywhere you looked, more than 2 million. They did it every year, pressing in on the New York Times building and keeping watch on a 300-pound ball of lights strung up on a flagpole on the roof. When 1939 got to within 60 seconds of goodbye and good riddance, that ball would start inching its way down. And when it touched bottom, the worst 10 years that most Americans could remember would come to an end. There was music everywhere, swing and sweep, live and out of jukeboxes, and dancers covered every inch of floor space. Oh, yes, they were echoes of the Roaring Twenties. They still did the Charleston in 1939, just for old time's sake, but anybody within range of the Will Bradley Band wanted to hear something that was brand new, something called Boogie Woogie. The critics hated it. The kids loved it. No New Year's Eve, no matter how brash and bright, is without its blues. And underneath all the noise of December 31st, 1939, were nervous feelings about the war in Europe. The newspapers were predicting that Hitler would soon invade England and France. But his army hadn't marched anywhere in 3 months. Maybe it was already over there. Maybe not.
There were no bright lights in England on New Year's Eve. There would be no bell ringing at midnight. No noises that might be confused with an air raid alert, just in case the bombers came. Paris on New Year's Eve looked her old self, still the postcard city, where love and song and wine tasted best. But years of depression had ruined the French economy, destroyed morale, and left France worn out and begging for peace. In Berlin, the state of war with Britain and France unsettled many Germans. They thought about the defeat and humiliation of 1918. They noticed all the gray uniforms of the Wehrmacht among the gowns and tuxedos.
they recognized the blend of jest and fatalism in their midnight toast to death in the new year.
And then it moved. The 300-pound ball of lights on top of the Times building was on its way down. No one seemed to mind anymore that the temperature was 10 degrees below freezing. No one cared for the moment about great issues. All that mattered for the moment was that the old was ending and the new was beginning. All that mattered for the moment was the moment.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The ball of lights went dark, and suddenly there were other lights, bigger and brighter. On both sides of the flagpole were giant-sized numbers, 1940. In that moment, something more than a new year and a new decade had begun. It was the start, really, of a new century, the 20th century, with its new demands on old ideas and strategies, had finally arrived. We'll return to the home front in a moment. In 1940, Americans who went to work to the sound of a factory whistle were earning about $25 a week. Uncle Sam was taking less than 5% out of weekly paychecks. Gasoline cost 7 cents a gallon. A loaf of bread was 8 cents. Chuck roast cost 23 cents a pound. Beer was a dime. And haircuts cost 50 cents. People didn't complain too much about trying to make ends meet because for 10 million Americans without jobs, the Great Depression was still going on. There were more than 130 million people in the land then, a country so big that it took 15 hours to fly from New York to California. Most people were leery about flying and preferred to take the train or drive, to stay on the ground and experience the land. From inside a coach car or the family car, the countryside was a comforting place. It always seemed unchanged and unchangeable.
This is Frank Gorin. On the first day of January 1940, the winter solstice was already a thing of the past. Across the cold, white heartland of America, the sun was rising again. Spring and then summer were hurrying up from the south to wake up the crickets and the lightning bugs and the lightning and the crawdads and the wildflowers that would soon enough adorn the month of May with yet another Midwestern spring. And the band concerts would be held again on humid Sunday evenings on the covered bandstand down by the river. And kids would chase fireflies through the dusk and capture them in mason jars. And people in the park would fan themselves and swat mosquitoes, and all of us kids could see from the highest tree in the last flight the long, flat landscape of the country, with its barns and silos and plowed earth. Remember when we rode our bikes to the haunted house at the edge of town next to Cudahy's cornfield? When we soared through space on a rope and splashed in the swimming hole? When your brother Dink and I built the fort in the junkyard? When you were 16, my village queen? When you wore a tulip? When, after we were married, we sat on the porch and listened to the ball game and waved to the neighbors across the street? Remember the high school prom and the band concerts and the bake sale and the church supper and the Labor Day picnic? Oh, those precious days. Down those years, downstream.
In 1940, barbershop quartets were popular again after years in the musical wilderness, and many a new singing group adopted the style, or something vaguely like it. The Hoboken Four, for example, 4 guys from New Jersey who appeared in 1936 on Major Bowes' Amateur Hour on radio. One of them was named Sinatra.
I'm Frank, Major. We're looking for jobs. How about it? Everyone that's ever heard us liked us. We think we're pretty good.
Oh, we'll shine up to you. Everybody's gonna hide you, dear. You'll make the whole world shine.
Shine and sway your bluesy.
Oh.
Shine, start with his shoesy.
Oh.
You'll make the whole world shine.
The Hoboken Four didn't win first prize, but the Major liked Frank well enough to take him on tour. After that, Frank hustled jobs in places like the Rustic Cabin in Alpine, New Jersey. He sang there, and he was also the head waiter.
And if I fell under the spell of your call, I would be caught in the undertow. And so you see, I've got to say no, no, all or nothing at all.
In 1939, Frank was being heard on WNEW, and that same year, he caught the ear of Harry James, who had left Benny Goodman to form his own band and needed a boy singer. The rest, as they say, is history.
Or nothing at all.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
It's make-believe ballroom time. We are a sweet romance. Here's your make-believe ballroom. Come on, children, let's dance. Come on, children, let's
That's the Glenn Miller Band with the theme music written and recorded especially for Martin Black, who opened the Make-Believe Ballroom for the first time in the 1930s. On one February day in 1940, Martin paid Glenn Miller a visit and a compliment.
Glenn, the purpose of this pleasant visit is to notify you and all of your friends that your band has been voted America's #1 band on my last Make-Believe Ballroom poll. Congratulations, Glenn, and on behalf of the Make-Believe Ballroom and its listeners, here is a bronze plaque. And it's presented with our best wishes to you, Glenn Miller, America's #1 dance band.
Thank you, Martin, and thanks to all of our make-believe ballroom friends.
'40 was a winning year for Glenn Miller. Matter of fact, 1940 looked like it might be a boom year all around. The war in Europe was still in Europe, but the demand for weapons, for national defense, and for export was boosting prices on Wall Street, opening factories, and creating jobs. Some people believed the United States could have its cake and eat it too. Wartime prosperity without the war.
Rock-a-bye, my baby, there ain't gonna be no war. There ain't gonna be no war over here. Rock-a-bye, my baby, it's all on the other side. We ain't gonna need no ride of Paul Revere. We're gonna have peace and quiet, and if they start a riot, we'll sit right back and keep score. The only place you go marching to will be the corner grocery store. So rock-a-bye, my baby, there ain't gonna be no war.
I have seen war, and I hate war. I hope the United States will keep out of this war. I believe that it will.
While President Roosevelt was offering those assurances, he was also extending U.S. protection for British convoys far out into the Atlantic. Isolationists like Senator Gerald Nye said the president was just spoiling for a fight with German U-boats.
Maybe some of these steps, like the so-called steps short of war, will be called steps short of dictatorship.
But the isolationist had no quarrel with Roosevelt's request to Congress for a bigger army, a strong two-ocean navy, 50,000 warplanes, and a military alliance with the nations of Latin America.
Ai, 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 é o canto do pregoneiro que com sua harmonia traz alegria em salsa americana. Ai, ai, ai.
They called her the Brazilian bombshell. Carmen Miranda exploded on the American scene in the movie Down Argentine Way in 1940, the year that America went Latin. Suddenly, everybody was doing the conga and the rumba. Nightclubs and taverns put in a few potted palms and gave themselves Latin names. The Latin Love Fest on Broadway produced Cole Porter's Panama Hattie. Whatever the show may have done for FDR's good neighbor policy, it did wonders for the career of Ethel Merman.
Top of the sky, 'cause I'm really riding higher, 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 riding
In the spring of 1940, German forces overwhelmed Denmark, Norway, Holland, and Luxembourg, and by May 20th had broken Belgium's first line of defense, trapping hundreds of thousands of British, French, and Belgian soldiers around the port of Dunkirk, their backs to the English Channel. But on May 24th, Adolf Hitler made a mistake. He ordered his panzer divisions to halt their advance. He wanted to preserve those tanks for the invasion of France, and he was persuaded by Hermann Goering that the encircled enemy at Dunkirk could be finished off by the Luftwaffe. It took 48 hours for Hitler to recognize his error and set the panzers rolling again. But by then, it was too late. By then, the British commander, General Viscount Gort, had strengthened his defenses at Dunkirk and begun the evacuation of his army to England. By then, hundreds of vessels of all kinds were crossing to Dunkirk. Warships and sailboats, ferries, fishing boats, and pleasure craft, many of them piloted by civilian volunteers. Under air and artillery attack, long lines of men snaked over the beaches waiting to go aboard. Ground forces and the RAF battled to hold back the panzers and keep the Luftwaffe above the clouds, and they did their jobs well. Even so, Dunkirk was a horror. A French cargo ship hit by a bomb went down with 1,000 men on board. A ferry, overloaded and low in the water, hit a submerged wreck, and its bottom was torn out. 2 torpedo destroyers went down so fast, almost no one got off. Ships were burning everywhere. Men tried to swim out to the rescue craft, only to drown in the rough surf and its cover of blazing oil, or go down with the vessels that picked them up. On June 6th, the panzers finally broke through to the beaches, and 40,000 soldiers, almost all of them French, became prisoners of war. Britain's casualties amounted to some 60,000 men, dead, wounded, or captured. But more than 300,000 soldiers had escaped to England, to live, and for many of them, to fight another day.
There was every kind of ship that I saw coming in this morning, and every one of them was crammed full of tired, battle-stained and blood-stained British soldiers. Transport officers counted the men as they came ashore. No question of units, no question of regiments, no question even of nationality, for there were French and Belgian soldiers who had fought side by side with the British in the Battle of Flanders. All of them were tired. Some were completely exhausted. But the most amazing thing was that practically every man was reasonably cheerful, and most of them managed to smile.
In London, Britain's new Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, cautioned his people not to assign to the deliverance from Dunkirk the attributes of victory. Wars, he said, are not won by evacuations. But he knew the people had been inspired by the miracle at Dunkirk. He knew that they understood just how perilous their situation was and how lonely. And he told them that the price for standing up to Hitler would be paid for with their blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Winston Churchill, a bald bulldog of a man in his 60s, a man with so great a resolve and with so great a gift of speech that his words would magnify British courage and force of arms.
Behind us, behind the armies and fleets of Britain and France, gather a group of shattered states and bludgeoned races, the Czechs, the Poles, the Norwegians, the Danes, the Dutch, the Belgians, upon all of whom the long night of barbarism will descend, unbroken even by a star of hope, unless we conquer, as conquer we must, as conquer we shall.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
Edith Piaf and her Paris were one voice, proud, lovely, fragile, and tragic. In June 1940, when Hitler began his offensive against France, the voice of Paris was Premier Paul Reynaud, pleading in vain for clouds of American planes. It was the defiant voice of the radio as the panzers rumbled nearer. A voice fading under the shouted declarations of war from Benito Mussolini in Rome, and the shouted glee of his ally in Berlin. Jackboots trumped on the Champs-Élysées. The swastika was raised on the Eiffel Tower. A disorganized, dispirited France had fallen.
Achtung,
Hier ist der Großdeutsche Rundfunk.
They signed the armistice papers at Compiègne, in the same railroad car where Marshal Foch had presided over Germany's submission to an armistice in 1918. Hitler sat in Foch's chair. Then he went to see the sights of Paris. Postcard Paris, Edith Piaf's Paris. Proud, lovely, fragile, tragic.
Out of the hearts of these patriotic Americans came the chant, "We want Wilkie."
In the USA, the delegates to the Republican National Convention in 1940 got just what they wanted, a dark horse, a fresh face, just what was needed to deny President Roosevelt a third term. And when he tarred and feathered the New Dealers as power grabbers, Wendell Willkie sounded like a winner.
This is the scourge of government above the people, without the people, and in spite of the people.
One hot August afternoon, nearly 250,000 people tramped all over Elwood, Indiana, Willkie's hometown, to hear his acceptance speech, to hear him explain again how he quit the Democrats in 1938 and found democracy in the Republican Party. He gave them plenty to cheer about.
We are here today to represent a sacred cause, the preservation of American democracy.
But soon, the crowd's excited approval retreated like a tide.
I believe that the forces of free enterprise must be regulated. I am opposed to business monopolies.
Something was wrong here. Wendell Willkie stood there among the sycamore roots of the American heartland, a grown-up Huck Finn with his rumpled suit and crop of unruly hair, a small-town boy who became a self-made man, stood there and supported many of FDR's policies. To their great confusion, Willkie spoke to his audience like the liberal he was and would always be. The political scene of 1940 turned ugly. Willkie was dogged by egg throwers, and despite his support of FDR's call for a peacetime draft and aid to Britain, he was hounded by the absurd whispered slogan that a vote for Willkie was a vote for Hitler. Near the end, his voice failing, he could barely make himself heard.
Join me in this crusade to save free America. Help, please help us in this crusade.
Opposed by big labor and resented by many Republican leaders, Willkie lost the election, but he won the admiration of President Roosevelt and of many millions of Americans, and of history. At the same time that Willkie was under siege during the campaign, racists, bigots, fascists, and rowdies of all kinds began commandeering seats at America First rallies so they could jeer at the mention of Roosevelt or the British or the Jews. In arenas where the German-American Bund held its rallies, the hating was even worse.
It should be the duty of every citizen to demand of the sponsors of the large programs to stop feeding the public the trash of the Winchells, the Cantlers, the Burns and Bernstein, and give the American public for a change a voice which really speaks the American language without a Jewish accent.
By linking themselves with the earnest cause of neutrality, the Bund and other hate gangs helped ruin that cause. Americans were incensed when the Bund draped the swastika next to the Stars and Stripes, and when nasties at America First rallies booed a song that Americans of every opinion had taken as their own from the first time they heard Kate Smith sing it. The haters booed because the song had been written by a Jew, Irving Berlin.
From the
with home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From mountain to the prairie, to the ocean, white with home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
We'll return to the home front in a moment. There were a few American movies in 1940, and only a few, that raised an alarm about the Nazis. But even then, they trailed far behind events. One movie that had nothing to do with the war, and yet had everything to do with it, was Warner's Knute Rockne, All American. Pat O'Brien starred as the famed Notre Dame coach, and Ronald Reagan played the part of a football star, George Gipp. O'Brien's locker room pep talk added a battle cry to American folklore.
I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you ever knew George Gipp, but you all know what a tradition he is at Notre Dame. And the last thing he said to me, Rock, he said, sometime when the team is up against it, and the breaks are beating the boys, tell them to go out there with all they got and win just one for the Gipper.
But what are we waiting for?
There were some Americans in 1940 who couldn't wait on the sidelines of the war any longer. Hundreds of them joined the Royal Canadian Air Force. An American Volunteer Ambulance Corps was already on duty in England. American public opinion now favored a military draft as the best defense against Hitler crossing the Atlantic. On October 29th, the first numbers in the draft lottery were called in a ceremony at the War Department. Numbers mixed in a glass bowl, the same bowl used in the World War I draft, stirred up with a stick made of wood from Independence Hall in Philadelphia. And the Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, drew the first number, blindfolded with a linen cloth taken from a chair used in the signing of the Declaration of Independence. He drew the number and handed it to President Roosevelt.
The first number drawn by the Secretary of War is serial number 158.
Goodbye, dear, I'll be back in a year, 'cause I'm in the Army now. They took my number out of a hat, and there's nothing a guy can do about that. But when I get back, I'll be all tanned and brown, and we'll buy that cottage just outside of town. So goodbye, dear, I'll be back in a year. Don't forget that I love you.
What General Weygand has called the Battle of France is over. The Battle of Britain is about to begin. Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duty, and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its commonwealths last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour.
This is Trafalgar Square. The noise that you hear at the moment is the sound of the air raid sirens. A searchlight just burst into action off in the distance. One single beam sweeping the sky above me now.
Americans could not sit by their radios and not feel connected with England under fire. They were stirred by Churchill's words and by Edward R. Murrow's broadcast on CBS about RAF flyers in combat above their own villages, frustrating Hermann Goering's boast that terror bombing would lay British morale to ruins. Americans could not sit by their radios during the London Blitz and not remember hearing some important part of themselves, the innocence of their own children, in the innocent voices of young Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret when they spoke to the thousands of British children who'd been evacuated for safekeeping.
When peace comes, remember, it will be for us, the children of today, to make the world of tomorrow a better and happier place. My sister is by my side, and we are both going to say good night to you. Come on, Margaret. Good night, children. Good night, and good luck to you all.
Adolf Hitler now faced a truth he could not deny. For the first time, he had lost. He had not believed Churchill was serious when he said the British people would never surrender, that they would persevere and prevail. It never occurred to Hitler that it would never occur to the British to do anything else.
It is no war of chieftains or of princes, of dynasties or national ambitions. It is a war of peoples and of causes. There are vast numbers, not only in this island, but in every land, who will render faithful service in this war, but whose names will never be known, whose deeds will never be recorded. This is a war of the unknown warrior. But let all strive without failing in faith or in duty, and the dark curse of Hitler will be lifted from our age.
A word about our next program on the home front in a moment. (1941). FDR is sworn in for the third time as president and commits the United States to the defense of Britain. American ships on convoy duty do battle with U-boats. Hitler turns against Russia. In the United States, mobilization picks up speed, and Hollywood lends a hand. It was a year of the Four Freedoms and the Liberty ships, Sergeant York and the Lone Ranger, songs of the Volga boatmen and the Reuben James. It was a year that ended with America's worst fears realized, with warplanes over the Pacific. 1941, next on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world. Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the Home Front. On the 20th day of January, 1941, the cold breezes along Washington, D.C.'s Pennsylvania Avenue carried the scent of fresh-cut lumber and new coats of paint. Workmen had constructed temporary but historic grandstands for the thousands of people who were there to see something that had never happened before in American history. A president was to be sworn in for a third time.
I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
Armored cars, tanks, and anti-aircraft guns rolled past the reviewing stand. Warplanes roared overhead in V formations. Sidewalk salesmen hawked buttons that proclaimed, "To hell with Hitler." And the president's speech echoed what he had told the nation in his State of the Union speech 2 weeks earlier.
Let us say to the democracy, we shall send you in ever-increasing numbers, ships, planes, tanks, guns. That is our purpose and our pledge.
At that moment, it's doubtful that anyone remembered or cared that January 20th was the anniversary of a treaty signed in 1887 with the independent nation of Hawaii, giving the United States a lease on a naval base in a place called Pearl Harbor. In a moment, along with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown, we'll be back on the American home front of 1941. We'll be part of that time and follow the events that led, at year's end, to a world at war. Classical music in the European tradition always had a place in American culture, but never center stage. Americans preferred music for humming in the shower, for crooning in a rumble seat, for dancing, and for listening, while busy doing other things besides listening. But in 1941, Tchaikovsky, Chopin, Beethoven, Rachmaninoff, and some other unlikely names were on the hit parade.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our theme song, adapted from the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto in B-flat minor, Tonight We Love.
Freddie Martin and the band in 1941. He had a new theme, a hit recording, and helped start a trend. Just as Bizet had his day in 1941 with the Les Brown Band, one of Ludwig van Beethoven's sonatas was added to Glenn Miller's songbook. More was involved in this than appreciation for the masters. The American Society of Composers and Publishers, ASCAP, was on strike demanding royalty payments for the use of their music on radio. The networks responded by forming their own music licensing company, BMI, Broadcast Music Incorporated, and by banning ASCAP music from the air. With a big gap to fill, the strike lasted for 10 months. Radio turned to music imported from Latin America and music in the public domain. Stephen Foster's I Dream of Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair was played so many times that students at UCLA burned Jeannie in effigy. Of all the classics revived in 1941, none was more justified by the times than Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, at least the first 4 notes. 4 notes that sounded like the ... dash of Morse code that stood for the letter V. V for victory.
This is Edward Brown. With those 4 notes, the BBC in London began broadcasts to the continent. People on the continent drew the V in paint or chalk, or traced it in the dust wherever their oppressors were certain to see it. In the United States, there were V's in lights on Broadway and many public buildings. Guests announced their arrival with the V. Radio announced news reports with the V. Jewelry stores offered diamond-studded V's, and restaurants laid down the silverware in a V. Ships sounded the call to victory as they left American harbors, carrying the supplies to help England live. In the first months of 1941, German U-boats, the great gray sharks of the Atlantic, were sinking British cargo vessels 3 times faster than shipyards could replace them. Lost cargoes meant shortages of everything, including tea. But the British didn't fall apart as Hitler hoped. They would make do. And it helped them to know that German civilians were feeling the pinch from the RAF. But the shortage of weapons was one problem the British home front couldn't solve.
We must be the great arsenal of democracy. For us, this is an emergency as serious as war itself.
This is Frank Gorin. President Roosevelt's solution to Britain's depleted stock of munitions and money was a political masterstroke called Lend-Lease. The United States would lend to the British what they needed, with repayment to be made in kind after the war. Although Britain would pay dearly in gold and in empire possessions, General Hugh Johnson, a former New Dealer, attacked Lend-Lease as a reckless giveaway of resources needed for America's defense.
There is a committee in this country called Defend America by Aiding the Allies. Since there are no longer any allies, that means Defend America by defending England. There is another committee called Defend America First. That is my ticket.
Senator Burton Wheeler, a leading isolationist, denounced Lend-Lease as another step in FDR's plans that would, and I quote, plow under every 4th American boy.
We're so close to war that on January 30th, 1941, the War Department announced that they were seeking bids on 1,500,000 caskets for your sons and for mine.
But Lend-Lease had some prominent supporters, too, including Wendell Willkie, who went to London to see Prime Minister Churchill. Churchill's appeals, heard in the United States on the eve of the Lend-Lease vote in Congress, helped carry the day.
The other day, President Roosevelt gave his opponent in the late presidential election a letter of introduction to me. And in it he wrote out a verse in his own handwriting from Longfellow. Sail on, O ship of state. Sail on, O Union strong and great. Humanity with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. What is the answer that I shall give in your name to this great man? Give us the tools, and we will finish the job.
Britain's ordeal would continue, but spirits were lifted in the spring when Germany's 3 best U-boat commanders and the great battleship Bismarck were sunk, and lifted too by confidence that Lend-Lease was the beginning of the end of the last fiction of American neutrality.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
From the America of 1941, the view of Japan was as vague as the Pacific mists that seemed to hold Japan's islands suspended and disconnected from 20th century Earth. A place of shogun warlords and samurai swordsmen, and a people who lowered their necks obediently for the blade. American schoolchildren knew that Admiral Perry had opened Japan to trade and Western ways through technology to increase wealth. But another lesson Japan learned from Western example was the use of power to create empire. After wars against China and Russia and alliance with the West in World War I, Japan emerged as Lord of the Far East until economic depression in the 1920s shattered its sense of security. The Army seized the moment, purged and murdered its way to power, and began its quest for empire by invading Manchuria in 1931 and by controlling the Chinese coast. Japan's course was set. It would look to its needs in targets of opportunity to the south, in the Pacific.
If ever there was a sound that could melt iron, not to mention lovers, it was the sound Harry James got out of a trumpet. It's easy to hear why his recording of You Made Me Love You was one of the biggest hits of 1941. One of the few sure things that year was that every time that Jimmy Dorsey took his band and vocalists Bob Eberly and Helen O'Connell into a recording studio, he'd come out with a bestseller.
I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours?
Cuando se quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti. Tan separados vivir, tan separados vivir.
Now the Halston is a Swedish town, the Rillerock is a stream, the Brawler is the boy and girl, the Hutsut is their dream. Hutsut Rawson on the Rillerock and the Brawler, Brawler Suet. Hutsut Rawson on the Rillerock and the Brawler Suet.
Americans bought more than 130 million recordings in 1941. It was the best year the record industry ever had. 1941 was the best year a lot of Americans ever had. Mobilization fed the economy with paychecks that went straight from the assembly line to retail stores. Department stores had their best year since the 1920s. With coffee selling for 22 cents a pound, eggs at 28 cents a dozen, and sirloin steak at 35 cents a pound, most people had money enough to buy what they needed and to splurge on what they wanted, like a cruise to Rio at carnival time for $395.
The most prominent profile afloat as the year went on was not the regal Swan, but the ugly duckling, the tubby, ungainly Liberty ships that American shipyards were building in record time and plopping into the ocean, first by the dozens, then by the hundreds, to carry the cargo that would help England survive. Those Liberty ships and hundreds of other freighters and tankers, the ones that escaped the German U-boats, formed a bridge across the Atlantic, returning to the United States carrying as ballast in their holds stone rubble from England's devastated cities. It did not go to waste. Example, tons of stone from bombed-out Bristol became the foundation for part of New York City's East River Drive.
The shepherd will tend his sheep, the valley will bloom again, and Johnny will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and see.
February 1941, Washington. Japan's Admiral Nomura arrives as the new ambassador to the United States. At issue is President Roosevelt's economic pressure on Japan to withdraw from China.
March 1941, Berlin. Hitler conceals from Japan his plan to invade the Soviet Union. He urges Japan to seize Singapore, to damage Britain, and to intimidate the United States into remaining neutral.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
Das deutsche Volk kennt das ganze Ausmaß dieses Elends wohl kaum. Es kennt nicht den drückenden Geist jener Häuser, in denen Tausende lallende Schwachsinnige künstlich ernährt und gepflegt werden müssen, die tiefer stehen als jedes Tier. Aber wir haben diesen Menschen die Möglichkeit gegeben, in ihren Kindern ihr Leid verdoppeln und zu vermehren.
Joseph Stalin, everyone agreed, was as cunning as a fox. With the West hostile to Russia, he went along with the schemes of Germany and Japan so he could extend his borders and defenses. He prepared for war, but wasn't ready for it. In June 1941, the Germans, Romanians, Hungarians, and Finns came at Stalin 3 million strong, and the old fox found that he had outfoxed himself. His purge of the army in the 1930s left him with too many incompetent cronies, leading men who were poorly trained, equipped, and deployed. Throughout the summer, Russian armies retreated, destroying everything as they fell back. Millions of Russians were dead and captured. By the fall, Leib's army was besieging Leningrad. Von Rundstedt's army had occupied the Ukraine, and Bach's army was in sight of the spires of the Kremlin.
In 1941, Glenn Miller's Song of the Volga Boatman was popular in the United States, but Russians weren't. Senator Harry S. Truman probably spoke for a lot of people when he said he hoped the Germans would kill a lot of Russians, and vice versa. But any enemy of Hitler's was an ally, at least for the time being. With strong public support, Roosevelt and Churchill promised Stalin all aid possible. Little was available, and it was late getting there.
Coming on the inside, and if he don't get blocked, he'll give him an awful drive. And Starator is right there. Porter's Cap is under a drive heading for home and disposed.
The year wasn't without its welcome distractions from war news. Whirl Away, written by Eddie Arcaro, became the fifth horse since 1919 to win racing's Triple Crown.
Whirl Away pulls away. Porter's Cap is in second place, but it's Whirl Away winning the race by 6 lengths.
The internationally famous Detroit Crown Bomber, always a great credit to his chosen profession and the race he represents, the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis.
Joe Louis, the heavyweight boxing champ since 1937, had 7 title fights in 1941 and won them all, 6 by knockouts. Ted Williams hit .406 for the Red Sox. The Yankees beat the Dodgers in the World Series, led by Joe DiMaggio, who set a record during the season by hitting safely in 56 consecutive games. In the loss column in 1941 was the death of Lou Gehrig, 2 years after his farewell as a Yankee.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
And Babe Ruth, the greatest Yankee of them all, wasn't in baseball anymore, but showed that he was still a heavy hitter. The Babe bought $100,000 worth of defense bonds.
July 1941, Washington. The United States, having broken Japan's top-secret code, knows of the country's decision to establish bases in Indochina, even at the risk of war.
July 26th, President Roosevelt freezes all Japanese assets in the United States. The Dutch government, in exile in London, cancels delivery of oil to Japan from the Dutch East Indies.
August 6th, with 90% of its oil cut and with trade almost at a standstill, Japan offers to compromise. But the President and Secretary of State Cordell Hull insist on total Japanese withdrawal from China and Indochina.
There was a time in 1941 when millions of young Americans were worried about the Lone Ranger. He'd been wounded seriously and could barely manage whispered instructions to his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. What those young fans didn't know was that an auto accident had taken the life of 32-year-old actor Earl Grazer, the voice of the Lone Ranger. But then came the episode when the masked man, restored to health in the person of actor Brace Beemer, was again leading the fight for law and order in the early western United States.
I warned you, Sheriff. All right, Tonto. Me here, Kimasabi. Bring United States Marshal. Yes, I heard everything that was said.
And kids all over the country who never noticed the change were again running through schoolyards, slapping their thighs to the hoofbeat rhythms of the great horse, Silver. We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
August 9th, 1941, Placentia Bay, Newfoundland. Roosevelt and Churchill hold a shipboard meeting. They warn Japan that attacks on British or Dutch possessions in the Pacific would mean war with the United States. Japan's Prime Minister Konoye's later request for a meeting with FDR is denied.
September 6th, Tokyo. In view of the U.S. position, Japan's military leaders demand full mobilization for war.
October 16th. Prime Minister Konoye, failing to make diplomatic progress with the United States, is forced to resign. He's replaced by the most radical of the war hawks, General Hideki Tojo.
I'll be with you in apple blossom time. I'll be
was a lot of name changing in 1941. The marriage rate was up, the birth rate was up, the hems on women's skirts were up. Flashier jewelry, brighter colors, and more revealing clothes caught everyone's eye, if not everyone's approval. There were zoot suits with a drape shape and a neat pleat. After a decade of austerity, it seemed time to step out and move up. Even with back orders for tanks and planes, Detroit still hoped to sell 5 million new cars.
From big business came complaints about the cost of retooling for defense and worries about a possible bust after the boom. From Capitol Hill came loud cries that so much military equipment was being sent to England that American soldiers were training with broomsticks instead of rifles and sitting inside cardboard boxes pretending to be in tanks. From Senator Truman came charges of waste in defense contracts. The White House came up with more public money for the defense economy and assumed full authority over production priorities and schedules. Mobilization was on track and picking up speed.
Movie audiences in 1941 saw Joan Fontaine and Cary Grant in Suspicion. She won an Oscar. So did How Green Was My Valley from 20th Century Fox. The New York film critics gave their Best Picture award to Orson Welles' masterpiece Citizen Kane. Ronald Reagan and Ann Sheridan were two of the stars in Warner's King's Row.
Remember once you came down to Elroy Ice House and you and Paris and I played on the rings? I was an awful little toughie then, wasn't I? Oh, yes, I was. But you teased me. You tried to get fresh.
I was an awful kid, I guess.
Yes, you were. But I think I got mad mostly that day because Paris was there. I liked him a whole lot better than I did you. Then.
You're sure of that now?
What do you think? When a girl acts the way I do about you, she means it. It's because I want to. Because I like you better than anybody in the world.
Serious as all that?
Nothing is serious to us in the whole world, is it? Hey!
I Wanted Wings. That 1941 movie featured Ray Milland, William Holden, Wayne Morris, and Brian Donlevy. But the real stars were the Flying Fortresses, the B-17s. It was the first time Americans got a good look at them. For the Navy Air Corps, Errol Flynn and Fred McMurray flew together in Dive Bomber. Tyrone Power was a Yank in the RAF. Ronald Reagan flew bombers to Britain in International Squadron. Phil Silvers was in the Navy, and Bob Hope was caught in the draft. It was all unabashed, and enlistments went up after every showing. So did the ire of the isolationists.
Every agency of mass communication has been and is being utilized to excite the passions and the emotions of the American people. Are we Americans to eternally dedicate ourselves and our children to the preservation of the British Empire?
That was Senator Burton Wheeler again. He accused Hollywood of warmongering, and he described the movie Sergeant York, about the pacifist-turned-hero of World War I, Alvin York, as pure propaganda. He began an investigation. Hollywood's lawyer was Wendell Willkie. Senator Gerald Nye thought it worthy of note that some of Hollywood's most powerful men, including Goldwyn, Mayer, Zanuck, and Zukor, were foreign-born Jews. And there was Colonel Charles Lindbergh.
I am advised to speak guardedly on the subject of the war, and that to be effective, what one says must meet with general approval. Yet, right or wrong, I prefer to say what I believe or not to speak at all.
Lindbergh told an America First rally that the greatest agitators for U.S. involvement in Europe's war were, quote, the British, the Roosevelt administration, and the Jews, end of quote. His explanation that the war would only make matters worse for Jews in Europe and in the USA did not soften the outraged reaction. The president found the remark disgraceful. Lindbergh resigned his commission in the Army Air Corps Reserve. The city of Charlotte, North Carolina, changed the name of Lindbergh Drive to Avon Terrace, symbolizing the fall from public grace of the man who had been idolized as the greatest living hero of the 20th century.
In February 1940, Heinrich Himmler, head of Hitler's SS, approved a site in Poland as suitable for a slave labor camp. 4 months later, the gates of Auschwitz opened, and millions of people were brought inside to suffer and die. June 1941, the collaborationist government of France at Vichy, led by Marshal Philippe Pétain, announced the arrest of some 12,000 Jews on charges of plotting against German-French interests. Many of the 12,000, and many more later, would just disappear.
Oh, the last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they change her, I'll remember her that way.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
November 5th, 1941, Washington. Secret Japanese messages intercepted by the United States set the end of November as the deadline for diplomatic progress. Roosevelt and Hull repeat their demand for Japanese withdrawal from China and Indochina.
November 15th, San Francisco. Japan's envoy to Berlin, Saburo Kurusu, arrives in the United States to assist Ambassador Nomuro in efforts to start talks with Secretary Hull.
You all know how difficult my mission is, but I'll do all I can to make it a successful one for the sake of two countries, Japan and the United States.
November 18th, Tokyo. 20 Japanese warships and submarines sailed from their home ports to scout the waters between Japan and Hawaii.
Goodbye, dear, I'll be back in a year, 'cause I'm in the army now. Don't I look handsome, dressed up like this? Stop your crying and give your soldier a kiss. They may send me out to the old Philippines, but sweetheart, you'll still be the girl of my dreams. So goodbye, dear, I'll be back in a year. Don't forget that I love you.
That song about 1940's happy-go-lucky recruits became obsolete in 1941. The Congress, by the narrowest of margins, approved an extension of the draft and lengthened the tour of duty from 12 months to 30.
In fine democratic fashion, the famous and the anonymous got their greetings from the president through their local draft boards and were packed off to basic training to occupy adjacent bunks. Among the famous, William McChesney Martin, president of the New York Stock Exchange, and Hank Greenberg of the Detroit Tigers, who the day before swapping his flannels for khakis, hit 2 home runs against the Yankees. While many Americans were worried about what impact Army life would have on their sons and on society, they were shocked to learn that Army doctors were rejecting 40% of the men they examined as unfit for duty. They had poor eyesight, bad teeth, deformities of the limbs, diseases of the heart, mental and nervous disorders. They were the products of the Great Depression, victims of malnutrition. And many of the veterans of the Dust Bowl and Okie migrations who made it to the Army's chow lines were eating 3 meals a day for the first time in their lives.
My brothers and my sisters, they are stranded on this road, a hot and dusty road that 1,000,000 feet have trod. Landlord took my home and he drove me from my door. and I ain't got no home in this world anymore.
Woody Guthrie, who sang of the Depression's lost souls, would sing again about lives sacrificed in events so large that they become the collective losses of history with no personal meaning. On October 31st, U-boat 552 put a torpedo into the side of the U.S. destroyer Reuben James. It went up in a ball of fire. When Woody Guthrie sang about the Reuben James, it did not recall a fact of war or that a ship had been lost, but that men had been lost.
100 men went down to their dark, watery grave. When that good ship went down, only 44 was saved. 'Twas the last day of October that they saved 44 from the cold, icy waters by the cold Iceland shore. Tell me what were their names, tell me what were their names. Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James? What were their names, tell me what were their names. Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James? It was there in the dark of that uncertain night that they watched for the U-boat and waited for the fight. Then the whine and the rock and the great explosion roared, and they laid the Reuben James on the cold ocean floor. Tell me what were their names, tell me what were their names. Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James? What were their names, tell me what were their names. Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James? What were their names, tell me what were their names. Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James?
November 20th, 1941, Tokyo. Japan proposes an interim settlement of the China question pending further negotiations. The idea is rejected by Washington.
November 26th, a carrier task force steams out of Japanese ports.
November 27th, Washington. The White House, still monitoring Japan's secret communications, alerts all U.S. Pacific commanders that hostilities appear imminent.
November 29th, Tokyo. Japan officially rejects the U.S. conditions for negotiation.
November 30th, Borneo. British intelligence reports on progress of a Japanese task force and suspects the targets will be Malaysia and the Dutch East Indies. Another task force, steaming toward Hawaii, goes undetected.
December 2nd, Singapore. The British battleship Prince of Wales and the battle cruiser Repulse arrive in port. Intended as a warning to Japan, it is much too little and much too late.
December 2nd, Tokyo. Japanese Naval Headquarters informs its commanders at sea that talks with Washington have broken down. All attacks, as planned, will be carried out.
December 6th, the White House. President Roosevelt sends a personal message to the Emperor himself, imploring him to preserve the peace. The Japanese cabinet is surprised by this breach of protocol. There is no reply.
December 7th, 1941, 6 a.m. Airplane engines start up on the decks of 6 Japanese aircraft carriers. Within 15 minutes, more than 180 warplanes are in the air. Soon, radio broadcasts from Hawaii will be heard on cockpit radios. Pearl Harbor is less than 90 minutes away.
A word about our next program on the home front in a moment. (1942), a year of great losses and even greater doubts. It was a year of strange and familiar names: Bataan and Corregidor, Yamamoto and Fushida, Doolittle and Wainwright, Marshall and Eisenhower. A year of other famous soldiers and sailors: Gable, Stewart, Fonda, Feller, and DiMaggio. A year for sea rations, barrage balloons, B-17s, and round-the-clock labor to stock democracy's arsenal. 1942. America at war. Next on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world.
If you enjoy the content on this channel, not only subscribe, but please donate to its upkeep. Because of the vintage old-time radio, films, and music that we feature, this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Help motivate us to keep posting this wonderful content and seeking out more. We'd like to think that this channel is more interesting than any other nostalgia channel of a similar type. Help us keep going by donating. In the description section of this video, you will find a secure link to PayPal. Any little bit helps. Thank you for your support.
Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the home front. Sunday, December 7th, 1941, 6 a.m. Hawaii time. Mustard-colored warplanes with red suns on their wingtips take off from 6 Japanese aircraft carriers. Their target, about 90 minutes away, is the United States Naval Base at Pearl Harbor. For years, there had been speculation that in the event of war in the Pacific, Pearl Harbor would be a primary target. For weeks prior to that December Sunday, Pacific commanders had been warned to be on the alert. For days, there had been confirmed reports of Japanese military movements. And even in the last hours and minutes before those planes reached their target, there were signs of an enemy's approach. But despite that, when the first of the mustard-colored planes appeared overhead, the men and ships of Pearl Harbor were asleep and at ease. In just a moment, along with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown, we'll be back at Pearl Harbor on that Sunday morning. In just a moment, it'll again be December 1941 on the home front. At 9:30 a.m. on December 6th of 1941, the first 13 parts of a 14-part message from the Japanese government to its embassy in Washington is intercepted by magic. That was the nickname for the system American cryptographers used to break Japan's secret codes. The message signals a breakdown in Japanese-American diplomacy, and when President Roosevelt reads it, he says, "This means war." By midnight, the president has drafted a speech calling for a declaration of war if Japan attacks British or Dutch possessions in the Pacific. which are considered likely targets. FDR leaves his second-floor study in his wheelchair and retires to his bedroom for the night. At the U.S. Naval Base at Pearl Harbor, it's 5.5 hours earlier, 6:30 p.m.
Everyone at Pearl Harbor is supposed to be on war alert, but there had been a false alarm about Japanese military movements the week before. And the two top commanders at Pearl Harbor, Admiral Husband Kimmel and General Walter Short, interpret intelligence reports from Washington as warning against sabotage, not invasion. Small boats are bringing sailors ashore from their ships in the harbor. Soldiers are drifting away from Schofield Barracks. In Honolulu and at other waterfront hangouts, another rousing Saturday night is beginning.
At midnight, less than 10 miles from Honolulu's bright lights, Japanese submarines, like mammals of the sea, give birth to several midget subs. They'll try to sneak into Pearl Harbor when the anti-submarine nets are open for American vessels. In Washington, it is now 5:30 a.m., Sunday, December 7th.
At the Japanese embassy on Massachusetts Avenue, a staff member spends the night waiting for the 14th part of the message that Ambassadors Nomura and Kurusu are to present to the U.S. government. The magic codebreakers are also waiting in their offices on Constitution Avenue, just a few blocks away. 7:30 a.m. The transmission from Tokyo begins. The message, stating Japan's regrets that further negotiations with the U.S. would be futile, is taken to the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Harold Stark. It is now about 3 a.m. Hawaii time.
Some 200 miles north of Oahu Island, aboard 6 Japanese aircraft carriers, more than 300 warplanes are being serviced and loaded with bombs and torpedoes. Their crews are awakened. The first pilot to be roused is Mitsuo Fuchida, 38 years old, hero of the China War, flight commander for the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Another transmission from Tokyo to its embassy. The 14-part message that was transmitted earlier is to be delivered to Secretary of State Cordell Hull at precisely 1 p.m. Admiral Stark and intelligence officers note that at 1 p.m. Washington time, Pearl Harbor will be the only American base in the Pacific where the sun will have risen. No new war alert is issued.
Colonel Bratton, chief of the Magic Section, puts in a call to Fort Myers, Virginia, just outside Washington, to inform General George Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, about the Japanese message. But the general can't be reached. He's out on his customary Sunday morning horseback ride.
It's about 11 a.m. before General Marshall returns to his quarters. Later, after seeing the Japanese message, he prepares a warning to be sent to all Pacific commanders. Significance of the hour set by the Japanese is not known, but accordingly, be on the alert. It is now 6 a.m. in Hawaii.
Flight Commander Fuchida ties a hachimaki around his flying helmet, a white scarf centered with a bright red sun. With his radio operator, he climbs into the cockpit of his plane, waits for the signal, and when it's given, rises into a brightening sky. In Hawaii, it is 6:30. In Washington, it's 12 noon.
At the Japanese embassy, Ambassadors Nomura and Kurusu watch the clock anxiously. Urgent business had not been expected on a Sunday. Most of the embassy staff is gone for the weekend. Translation of Tokyo's message will not be ready by 1 o'clock, and the ambassadors ask the State Department for an hour's delay.
The Army's signal service to Hawaii is hampered by atmospherics. It's decided to send General Marshall's warning as a telegram to San Francisco for relay to Hawaii by radio.
The U.S. destroyer Ward spots a Japanese submarine trying to sneak into Pearl Harbor. Commander William Outerbridge orders an attack with depth charges. Navy headquarters is notified. But unconfirmed submarine sightings have been so common that no importance is given to the report from the Ward. It is now 7 a.m.
Privates George Elliott and Joseph Lockhart are on a routine training exercise at a radar station on the northern end of Oahu Island. A massive blip flickers on the screen. When this is reported, a duty officer at Fort Shafter assumes that the blips are a flight of B-17s due in that morning from the mainland. Elliott and Lockhart are told to shut down the station and report for church parade. It is now 7:30 a.m.
Commander Fuchida's first wave of attack planes approaches Oahu as the warning cable from General Marshall is arriving in the Honolulu telegraph office. It's too early for regular telegraph service on the island, and the message had not been marked urgent. So it is typed up and given along with other cables to a delivery boy, who puts them in his motorbike pouch and sets out on his rounds. It's now 7:40 a.m.
Aboard the battleship Tennessee, berthed at Ford's Island in Pearl Harbor, a Marine detachment is assembled on the fantail for morning colors. To their backs are the battleships Arizona and Nevada. The West Virginia is moored alongside. Up ahead in battleship row are the California, the Oklahoma, and the Maryland. The battleship Pennsylvania is nearby in dry dock.
At Wheeler and Hickam Fields, American fighter planes and bombers are parked in tight clusters to guard against sabotage. Also for security purposes, the ammunition for most anti-aircraft guns is under lock and key. Most military personnel are away from their posts. Many men are still sleeping or hanging around the mess halls. It's now 7:55 a.m.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
Sunday, December 7th, 1941, 7:55 a.m. The U.S. Naval Base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Japanese warplanes launched from carriers and led by Mitsuo Fuchida sweep along the western coast of Oahu Island and turn at its southern edge. Fuchida tells his radio operator, "Notify all planes. Begin the attack." The battleship Tennessee is hit with a torpedo. A bomb falls into a funnel on the Arizona, exploding the forward magazine, breaking the ship's spine and throwing scores of men through the air. Admiral Isaac Kidd and more than 1,000 men are trapped on board as the Arizona begins to settle to the harbor bottom.
Navy and Marine gun crews hold fast against strafing and incendiary bombs. A Japanese dive bomber is hit and disintegrates. Another plane crashes on Ford's Island. The pilot runs from the wreckage and dies on a Marine's bayonet.
The Oklahoma is rolling over, her hull out of the water. Torpedoes break open the West Virginia. Her decks are ablaze, and her captain, Mervyn Benyon, lies mortally wounded on the bridge.
There are great clouds of smoke rising from Hickam and Wheeler Fields. Planes are being destroyed on the ground. Runways are littered with burning wreckage.
The flight of unarmed B-17s from the mainland flies into fire from Japanese fighters and anti-aircraft fire from the ground. One of the flying fortresses is burning and going down. The rest scatter and land and crash land at Hickam and Wheeler.
Heavy smoke is rolling up from the Pennsylvania and 2 destroyers at her bow. The California is burning, shrouded in smoke and listing to port. The Nevada, hit by torpedoes, gets underway and is run aground to keep her from sinking.
At Schofield Barracks, men are running everywhere, many of them half-dressed, scrambling for rifle and machine gun ammunition, firing from the tops of trucks and from barracks roofs as Japanese planes strafe the quadrangles. An Army enlisted man, James Jones, rushes out of a mess hall as another fighter with red suns on its wings makes a pass. Jones can see the pilot's Hachimaki headband. He can see the pilot smile and wave as the plane sweeps by.
Dodgers are ready to kick off now. They've just scored. Ace Parker did it. Jock Sutherland's boys lead the Giants 7-0. Here's the whistle. Merle Condit comes up. He boots it. It's a long one down to around the 3-yard line. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
At the same moment that many Americans are hearing first word of the attack, Japan's envoys, Kurusu and Nomura, are entering the office of Secretary of State Hull.
Hull has kept the ambassadors waiting for 15 minutes while discussing with President Roosevelt by phone the events at Pearl. Nomura presents the message from Tokyo and apologizes for not delivering it at 1 p.m. as he'd been instructed. The secretary asks him, why 1 o'clock? And Nomura says, I don't know. Hull glances over the document and pretends to read it. He knows what's in it. He's already seen the intercepted version. He knows the reason for the 1 o'clock deadline. In Japan's manner of meticulous protocol, the war warning was to have preceded hostilities by 30 minutes. Hull says nothing about Pearl Harbor. The president has told him not to. Grimly, he denounces the Japanese document as being crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions, and brusquely sends the ambassadors away.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, by air, President Roosevelt has just announced. The attack also was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu.
Within minutes, crowds of people gather outside the White House, peering through the fence and into windows, watching, waiting for something to happen.
A Japanese flash. Imperial headquarters announces state of war with the United States.
Across the country, people tie up phone lines and gather around radios, collecting and swapping information.
The government of the Dutch East Indies has just declared war on Japan. Costa Rica declared war on Japan tonight, and other Latin American nations are expected to follow. Keep tuned to this station.
Across the country, newspaper special editions are snapped up as soon as they hit the streets.
Following Japan's declaration of war on the United States, Hawaii has been under 2 air attacks today. More than 10 persons were wounded when enemy planes machine-gunned a town near Honolulu, according to a Reuters dispatch. And General Douglas MacArthur has ordered all women and children in Manila to evacuate the seacoast and move to areas inland.
There are few facts to contradict rumors of hundreds of ships destroyed. Invasion forces off the coast of Mexico, sabotage in California.
This is H.V. Kaltenborn speaking from the NBC newsroom. It is evident now that the world entirely is at war.
Emotions, as well as facts, are confused. The threat of war had existed for so long that the start of it, finally, is a relief. A satisfying, even exhilarating relief.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
History in every century records an act that lives forevermore. We'll recall, as into line we fall, the thing that happened on Hawaii shore. Let's remember Pearl Harbor as we go to meet the foe. Let's remember Pearl Harbor as we did the Alamo. We will always remember how they died for liberty.
On Christmas Eve, a convoy of ships sails into the cold mists of San Francisco Bay. Their cargo, in caskets and on stretchers, are some of Pearl Harbor's dead and wounded. More than 2,200 sailors, soldiers, and Marines died in the attack, and more than 1,000 others were wounded. 4 battleships sunk, 4 heavily damaged, more than 300 airplanes destroyed, most of them on the ground.
At the White House on Christmas Eve, there is no traditional family gathering. All 4 of the Roosevelt sons, James, John, Elliot, and Franklin Jr., are in uniform. But there is a dinner and caroling for Winston Churchill, who has just arrived in the United States by battleship. When the President speaks to the nation on Christmas Eve with Churchill at his side, and when the Prime Minister addresses Congress the day after Christmas, many people are greatly encouraged, fortified by the thought that these 2 men, upon whom so much depended, are together in purpose and in person under the same roof.
He and his people have pointed the way in courage and in sacrifice for the sake of little children everywhere.
What kind of a people do they think we are? Is it possible they do not realize that we shall never cease to persevere against them until they have been taught a lesson which they and the world will never forget?
New Year's Eve, 1941, the Café Rouge of the old Hotel Pennsylvania in New York City. As usual, the Glenn Miller Band is there, and as usual, people are wearing funny hats and tooting little horns. You'd hardly know there was a war on.
Everybody's waiting for tomorrow's Rose Bowl game, and you Blue Devils better be in the mood.
As for the Rose Bowl game the next day, Glenn's team lost. Oregon State beat Duke 20-16. They played the game in North Carolina, not California. Nobody could be sure that the planes that bombed Pearl Harbor wouldn't find their way to Pasadena. For many Americans, the New Year's good time was goodbye time, with no guarantees about where they'd be when the next one rolled around. By then, more than 6 million Americans would be in uniform.
Men, join a career. Enlist in the United States Marines and get action. Help build the victory now, for yourself, for your home, for this land we love. There's a Marine recruiting station in every corner of the country. See the officer in charge and get the latest information on joining the Fighting Leathernecks.
On the day after Pearl Harbor, recruiting stations in the 48 United States were jammed. Hundreds of thousands of men lined up to join up, and more than 6,000 draft boards were busy calling up strangers, relatives, and friends around town. Many of America's most famous names were taken off the marquees, dust jackets, billboards, and scoreboards and transferred to duty rosters. Baseball stars who would miss spring training included Joe DiMaggio, Hank Greenberg, and Bob Feller. It was now Private Joe Lewis and Lieutenant Commander Gene Tunney. Others saluting and being saluted, James Stewart, Henry Fonda, Red Skelton, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Paul Douglas, John Huston, Darrell F. Zanuck, William Saroyan, Walter Winchell, and Clark Gable.
Oh, gee, Mr. Gable, I don't want to bother you. Guess you've got a lot of girls to tell you the same thing. And if you don't want to read this, well, you don't have to. But I just had to tell you about the time I saw you and it happened one night. That was the first time I ever saw you. And I knew right then you were the nicest fella in the movies. I guess it was because you acted so natural-like. Oh, not like a real actor at all, but just like any fella you meet at school or at a party. And then one time I saw you in a picture with Joan Crawford. And I had to cry a little, because you loved her so much, and you couldn't have her. Well, not till the end of the picture, anyway. And then one time I saw you in person. You were going to the Coconut Grove one night, and I was standing there when you got out of your car, and you almost knocked me down. Oh, but it wasn't your fault. No, I was in the way. But you looked at me, and you smiled. Yeah, you smiled right at me as if you meant it. And I cried all the way home just because you smiled at me for being in your way. Oh, I'll never forget it, Mr. Gable. Honest Injun, you're my favorite actor. I don't care what happens, let the whole world stop. As far as I'm concerned, you'll always be the top, 'cause you know you made me love you.
A nation that admired Clark Gable on screen and in uniform now mourned with him. His wife, the bright and zany comedy star Carole Lombard, went out on a war bond tour in January. The plane carrying her and more than 20 other people back to the West Coast didn't clear Table Rock Mountain near Las Vegas. To many Americans, Carole Lombard was as much a casualty of war as the young lives being lost in battle, unexpectedly and unfairly. We'll return to the home front in a moment.
April 18th, 1942, the U.S. carrier Hornet, commanded by Vice Admiral William Halsey, sails to within 600 miles of Japan. On her deck are 16 B-25s. From the cockpit of one of them, Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, an aviation pioneer from California, will lead the first bombing mission on the Japanese home islands. The Hornet has been sighted by a patrol boat, and the bombers have to leave the carrier farther from the coast than planned. They reach their targets, Tokyo, Kobe, and Nagoya, all bombs away. But then, as they turn for China, their luck, fuel, and daylight run out. 2 crews are lost in Japan. Another is interned in Russia. But Doolittle and more than 60 other men bail out or crash land in China, and with Chinese help, make it back into American hands.
Goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama for the red, white, and blue. My country and you. Goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama just to teach all those Japs the Yanksano saps. A million fighting sons of Uncle Sam, if you please. We'll soon have all those Japs right down on their Japanese. Goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama for my country, my flag, and you.
The Doolittle raid on Japan had a sensational effect on morale on the home front. Time magazine had spoken for an anxious nation when it demanded action, offense. Let's stop fooling around.
We're off to drive the height right off of the high knee. We're off to slap the Jap right off of the neck.
We'll knock him on his axis right from here to Alabama. Oh, the son of a gun who picks on Uncle Sam.
We don't care if it's Tripoli or Sumatra. We don't care if it's Tokyo or Siam.
We'll sock the sukiyaki out of any diagram. Oh, the son of a gun who picks on Uncle Sam.
Tell the Danes and Dutch and French and such, they are not forgotten men. Tell the cockeyed world our flag's unfurled. The planes are humming, the tanks are coming, the Yanks are in again.
We've got a wood cabona for the Mikado. We've got a mausoleum for Mussolini.
We'll pickle, sickle, Gruber for the coroner's exam. Oh, we're out to farm our monogram. On the son of a gun, who picks on
Taking the war to the enemy would be a lot harder than some of the songs of 1942 made it sound. The long-run odds for overcoming the Axis powers were good. But in the early months of 1942, it was the enemy who was advancing and winning battles.
Pearl Harbor was only one of the places to be remembered for sudden death and defeat. One after the other, defenses had fallen in Hong Kong, Shanghai, Singapore, Wake Island, and Guam, Burma, Borneo, Bougainville, Thailand, and Malaya, New Guinea, northern Luzon, Mindanao, and then Bataan and Corregidor, and all of the Philippines. In March, General Douglas MacArthur was ordered to leave the Philippines before it was too late and set up a new command headquarters in Australia. He leaves, promising to return. The Bataan defenders, led now by General Jonathan Wainwright, are outnumbered, decimated by disease and battle wounds, without supplies or hope of relief. Wainwright moves as many men as possible to the island of Corregidor in Manila Bay. On April 9th, the defense of Bataan collapses. More than 75,000 men, including 12,000 Americans, are marched to a prison camp almost 100 miles to the north. It takes 6 days. The heat, exhaustion, starvation, cruelty, and murder leave thousands of Americans and Filipinos dead and abandoned along the way. On May 7th, General Wainwright, now a prisoner, surrenders his command.
This is Lieutenant General Wainwright. Subject, surrender. It became apparent that the garrison of these places would be eventually destroyed by aerial and artillery bombardment and by infantry supported by tanks which have overwhelmed Corregidor. After leaving General Homer with no agreement between us, I decided to accept, in the name of humanity, his proposal. This decision on my part.
My name, Irving Strobing. Get this to my mother, Mrs. Minnie Strobing, 605 Barbie Street, Brooklyn, New York.
Irving Strobing was a corporal with the Signal Corps on Corregidor. He sent the last message. His Morse code transmission was recorded in the United States, and the recording was played for Strobing after the war. He listened and spoke aloud for the first time the words he had sent that day from Corregidor.
General Wainwright is a right guy, and we are willing to go on for him. But shells were dropping all night, faster than hell. Damage terrific. Too much for guys to take. Enemy heavy cross-shelling and bombing. They have got us all around and from skies. We've got about 55 minutes, and I feel sick at my stomach. I am really low down. They are around now, smashing rifles. They bring in the wounded every minute. It is a horrible sight. We will be waiting for you guys to help. This is the only thing, I guess, that can be done.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
The commanders of German U-boats prowling the Atlantic seaboard were astonished to see that for America's coastal cities, it was life as usual. City lights blazed, and the lights formed halos around tankers and freighters and made them easy targets. Months would pass with the loss of 100 ships in American waters before the Army and Navy agreed on convoy and sub-chasing tactics, before a British ploy deceived Hitler into sending his submarine reserves to Norway. and before the cities by the sea lowered their lights.
In 1942, a lot of people thought praise was due Donald Nelson of Sears Roebuck. As head of the War Production Board, Nelson helped settle disputes between big business and big labor that was slowing down production lines. He helped get business taxes lowered, protect the gains labor had won in the 1930s, and generally employed friendly and patriotic persuasion to keep trained
assembly line in the first days of February. For Americans who already owned more than 70% of all the automobiles on Earth, as well as more than half of all its telephones, refrigerators, and radios, the old car would have to last. And it probably would. You couldn't drive without gasoline, and that was rationed. Outside Detroit, in a place called Willow Run, Ford constructed an assembly line that was half a mile long and a quarter mile wide, promising to turn out a 4-engine bomber every hour. The planes came out so often that a runway was built alongside the plant, and the bombers flew straight from Willow Run into the war. Across the land, the war effort clicked, meshed, and accelerated. The sheer volume of war goods made and delivered was staggering. Tanks from Chrysler, B-17s from Boeing, barrage balloons from General Tire and Rubber, ships from Kaiser, trucks from General Motors, battlefield communications from ITT, sea rations from the H.J. Heinz Company. The Axis powers were engaged in a struggle with an incomprehensible enemy, a people and an economic machine with an historic hunger for freedom and for profit.
At the back of everything and pushing everything was labor, work. The work of upstart entrepreneurs and established dealers in capital. The work of businesses, large and small. Labor. Men and women who worked the machines that made the goods, who earned the wages and paid the taxes that bought the bombs and weapons. That was the home front, labor.
Yeah, the stutter of rivet guns, the whir of lathes, the clang of steel. That's the language they understand.
We speak it, brother. Speak it loud.
We're American working men.
Behind the man, behind the gun.
We forge the arms, we roll the steel, refine the oil, machine the parts, make powder and aluminum, engines, mortars, and merchantmen, and tanks and shells and fighting planes.
That's the language they understand.
We swing a sledge or draw a plan. We run a press or set a gauge. We drive a truck or keep the books. We work with muscle or with brain. Whatever job, it's one job now. Arms, more arms for America.
That's the language they understand.
Month on month, we make thousands of planes.
Just a whisper, wait till we shout.
More thousands of engines for them.
Just a whisper, wait till we shout.
Rifles and cannon, thousands of them. Merchant ships, thousands of tons. Millions of tons of steel. Millions of barrels of oil. Millions.
Figures, wait till we shout. Louder and louder, day by day. In tanks and shells and fighting planes. Engines, mortars, and merchantmen. Until they quiver at the sound.
The language they understand.
We speak it, brother. Speak it loud.
All for the love of America.
They say over here is nothing to fear, but let's get ready just in case. On for the love of America, and for the love of every mother's son. Oh, the fight for freedom can be lost or won by the man behind the man behind the gun, by the man behind the man behind.
A word about our next program on the home front in a moment. (1942), the year when millions of blue and gold stars appeared in American windows to mark the absence and the loss of men in the Java Sea, Guadalcanal, at Midway, and in North Africa. It was a year of volunteerism on the home front, blood banks and air raid drills, war bonds and victory gardens, scrap drives and ration books. It was the year of Cagney in Yankee Doodle Dandy and Bogart in Casablanca, of comic book heroes going to war. It was the year when fear and despair were pushed aside by confidence and resolve. 1942, when Americans were asked to give till it hurts, next on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world. Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the home front.
Japanese action, dangerous rhythm. It's so terrific in the Pacific. The Japanese are doing very well. They've taken Hong Kong and Manila. Their Navy and Air Force is swell. The talk of the world is the Pacific. The Japanese are in the big news. They fight aggression in the Pacific. They fight Roosevelt and his Jews.
That's Radio Charlie. At least that's how he was known to Americans who picked him up on their shortwave radios from Germany. Pretty crude stuff. But in the early months of 1942, Charlie's listeners felt he had good reason to gloat. The United States had been punished badly at Pearl Harbor and in the Philippines. American, British, and Dutch losses in the Far East, in Singapore, Indochina, and the Java Sea were even worse. The Japanese were supreme from the borders of India to far distant Pacific islands, and they were in range of New Zealand and Australia.
Deutschland, du Land der Treue, o du mein Heimatland.
In North Africa, Germany's Field Marshal Rommel and his Italian allies were tormenting British forces in grueling battles of attrition. In Russia, Marshal Zhukov's counterattack was fading under a strong new German offensive. In Europe, Heinrich Himmler, a shy, retiring man who loved animals and children, was organizing science and industry for the systematic killing of Jews. What Winston Churchill had called the long night of barbarism was descending upon the whole world. And then came the Battle of Midway, a burst of destructive power lasting only 5 minutes held back the dark in the Pacific. In a moment, along with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown, we'll be back at Midway during the 5 minutes that changed the future. In a moment, it'll again be 1942 at Stalingrad, El Alamein, Guadalcanal, and on the home front.
Because I'm breaking it to them gently that my heart belongs to you. So, Daddy, please remember this, that tomorrow starts a life of bliss. Let me show them what they're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye.
There was a lot of kissing goodbye in 1942. That song by Tommy Dorsey and Connie Haynes was heard against a background of insistent horns and whistles at railroad stations and at dockside, breaking up last-minute hugs and handshakes. Green GIs, fresh from basic training, may have married the girl next door in their last few days of leave and literally rushed from preacher to platform. Others may have settled for a pledge that the girls they were leaving behind would be patient and true. In memory's soft focus, all of these separated lovers were Jennifer Jones and Robert Walker.
From Taft's till Reveille, I dream the whole night through. Each night till I hear reveille, I dream, my dear, of you. I have your face before me the moment we're apart. From Taft till I hear Reveille, I dream of you, sweetheart.
Sometimes the guys went on board carrying a tune as well as their duffel bags. Not great chocolate soldier choruses, but voices heard here and there. Not any of the new war songs or any of the old ones, but a song they'd learned from the old professor, Kay Kaiser.
Yippee-yay, there'll be no wedding bells for today. 'Cause I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, jingle, jangle, as I go riding merrily along. Jingle, jangle.
wave goodbye from the ship's rail or out of train windows and threw kisses to anxious families, to all those brides, wives, and sweethearts. Some did sit under the apple tree with somebody else, and they went home to write Dear John letters. But many others, fortified by some of the most romantic music ever written, would keep the vigil, patient and true.
Have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star because there are such things.
And the boys left home by the millions, and a lot of those waiting for them to come home got very quiet when Harry James and Helen Forrest did I Had the Craziest Dream. One of those love songs heard so often in houses that had a blue star hanging in the living room window, the sign that the house had someone, somewhere, in uniform.
I had the craziest dream last night. Yes, I did. I never dreamt it could be. Yet there you were in love with me. Say it and make my craziest dream
It was a sad sight as the months went by, as more and more of those blue stars were taken down and gold stars were put up in their place. The sign that the someone somewhere in uniform wouldn't be coming back. About 700 gold stars went up for the men lost with the cruiser Houston, sunk in the Java Sea. Thousands of gold stars appeared after the Marine landings on Guadalcanal. Gold stars went up every time a freighter or tanker was sunk by U-boats off the Atlantic coast. And that happened more than 100 times in the first few months of the war. Americans stood at the water's edge and saw the smoke and flames from ships going down. They walked beaches stained with oil and saw the bodies of dead seamen float ashore. It got them frightened and angry, and it got them going. After the men of the Houston were lost, more than 1,000 of the young men of Houston, Texas, who had joined the Navy, were sworn in together to symbolically take their place. And the people of Houston raised $50 million for a new cruiser and asked that it be named the Houston. It was. We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
All hands on deck for Don Winslow. Stand by for action.
The blue stars were everywhere in 1942, not only in the windows of real-life American households, but in the movies, in the comic pages, and on radio.
And the pirate
Was just another of the many programs and comic characters to take on the wartime theme.
Wallet and Bubble Garage, Skizik Wallet speaking. Yes, sir, we can fix it.
We can fix anything on 4 wheels. Sure, we'll be waiting for you right here in Gasoline Alley.
Skeezix hung up and signed up. For some make-believe characters, military induction was the real thing.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Ezra Stone, who played Henry Aldrich, went from radio teenager to Army sergeant and sang about it in the movie version of Irving Berlin's This Is the Army.
The Army's made a man out of me, a man out of me, a man out of me. My mother and my father agree, the Army has made me a man. I used to sleep with brother, but now I sleep alone. I used to be a tenor, but now I'm a baritone. His girl said when she sat on his knee, the Army has made me a man.
The Army, a weeping man has shown. The Army, that he can sleep alone. The Army, that he's a baritone. The Army, the Army, the Army, the Army, the Army has made me a man.
All in all, this was the picture of ordinary guys up against professionals. Democracy's odd lot against fascism's elite core. This was true. But it soon became clear that the freedom Americans meant to defend didn't fully belong to all who believed in it, were entitled to it, and were willing to fight for it.
Dressed up in ODs with a tin hat for overseas. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem will wear. Top hat, white tie, and tails no more. They've been put away till after the war. If you want to know, take a look at Brown Bomber Joe. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem will wear.
Army Private James Cross with one of the songs from This Is the Army, which, before it became a movie, opened on Broadway on July 4th, 1942. Zoot Suits were vanishing all right. They clashed with materiel shortages and the mood of austerity. But not as many blacks as were willing and able to swap civvies for uniforms were able to, despite the example set by Brown Bomber Joe.
Winner and still world heavyweight champion, Joe Louis.
In 1942, heavyweight champ Joe Louis knocked out Buddy Bear, gave his winnings to Navy Relief, and joined the Army.
We're going to do our part, and we will win because we are on God's side. I'm only doing what any red-blooded American would do.
What any red-blooded American would do. Yet black enlistments were discouraged. Most black recruits were routinely assigned to the kitchens. All of the military was strictly segregated. And throughout the war, the blood to be used for life-saving transfusions was kept in segregated containers marked white and colored. Soon after Pearl Harbor, New York City's Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia made this announcement.
I have ordered all Japanese subjects to remain in their homes. I have ordered a Japanese club in this city to be closed.
This is Frank Gorin. Almost any American could explain in an instant what the war was all about. It was a fight to preserve freedom, human dignity, and civil liberties, a battle against concentration camps and racial hatred. And yet, in the emotionally heated spring of 1942, some 120,000 Japanese Americans in the western United States were driven from their jobs, homes, and businesses, which were seized and sold and claimed by competitors. They were suspected of spying and plotting sabotage. Not a scrap of evidence was found then or ever that these Issei and Nisei, foreign-born and native-born Americans, were anything other than loyal citizens. But they were herded into camps and forced to remain under the point of guns. Each morning, behind the barbed wire, they raised the stars and stripes and recited the Pledge of Allegiance and suffered the injustice against them with dignity and patience.
We'll return to the home front in a moment.
Any bonds today? Any bonds today?
While the Axis powers motivated their home fronts with lockstep marches and fiery exhortations, Americans moved to the beat of a different drummer, a big band drummer usually. Americans got the word from song and dance men, comedians, and soap opera heroines. Radio was the war salesman, and involvement was its product.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Yes, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Lucky Strike cigarettes changed the color of its package with the explanation that green ink might be rationed. It wasn't, but a lot of other things were.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob USO Show Hope, telling all you people that I just found out I'm leaving immediately for overseas, and I'm all aflutter. Besides, it's the only way I can get cigarettes and butter.
Advertisers were ready with coupon-stretching recipes.
Oh, what can I serve for a main dish tonight?
You're short on time and ration points, right? Well, have macaroni and cheese made the Kraft dinner way. Cooks in 7 minutes.
Then I'll certainly try this Kraft dinner.
There's a lady that's going to save time and ration points.
190 million ration books were distributed in 1942. And there was quite a flap when hundreds of X books that allowed unlimited gasoline purchases turned up in the pockets of U.S. congressmen.
This is National Tire Registration Week. Remember, the government ruling is you must register your tires or you cannot get any gas.
When FDR pleaded for rubber, Boy Scouts descended on service stations and talked motorists into surrendering their floor mats.
You can have vegetables, lots of them, on your table next winter. You can have your own fresh vegetables on your table this summer if you have your own Victory Garden. Get your garden plot lined up. Get the advice of a garden expert if you need it, and be prepared to grow your own for victory.
Youngsters in 4-H clubs harvested 3 million bushels of vegetables from Victory Gardens in 1942 and preserved 14 million jars of food.
Road of Life, brought to you by Duz.
And what could be better for morale than a clothesline flapping with a sparkling clean wash?
Good morning, Mrs. Miller.
Good morning, Henry. How's my favorite letter carrier today?
Fine. Left a letter for you. Hanging up your wash, I see.
Yes, it's a big one, too.
Say, ain't you using Duz?
Duz? What's that? Look, Henry, you know, my husband's in a munitions factory now, and he gets his work shirts extra greasy.
Well, my wife says Mrs. Davis down the road has lots of wartime work shirts to wash, too. And she says Duz gets those shirts really clean.
My friends, we must toughen up. We have our homes and our lands to defend. Now, we're aware of the danger ahead, but unafraid.
That was New York's Mayor LaGuardia again, speaking as National Director of Civil Defense. By mid-1942, there were 10 million civil defense volunteers around the country. People put on armbands and steel helmets and armed themselves with whistles and flashlights to supervise blackouts, which were sometimes the occasion for fights because of overzealous enforcement, but more often the occasion for parties. After a while, U.S. officials stopped trying to organize people into civilian armies. With Americans, that just wouldn't work, and appealed for individual cooperation. And that did work.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly.
One feature of radio's Fibber McGee and Molly show was McGee's overstuffed hall closet. The door, which was never supposed to be opened, illustrated one paradox of America's well-being.
Not that door. That's the hall closet. No, no, no.
McGee's closet, with all of its junk, was an accurate symbol of one of America's natural resources: trash, junk, scrap. While the guns roared on distant battlefields, people on the home front were flattening cans, rolling up tinfoil, binding stacks of newspapers, even collecting grease and fat from the kitchen stove, and delivering all to government collection centers to be fed to the war machine. People believed it could win the war. Bing Crosby sang about it.
Junk ain't junk no more, 'cause junk can win the war. What's junk to you has a job to do, 'cause junk ain't junk no more. Pots and pans, old garbage cans, the kettle that doesn't pour. Collect today for the USA, 'cause junk can win the war.
Aluminum for defense.
This is Frank Dunn speaking to you from the Stork Club, where an aluminum collection party is now in progress. Standing before our mutual microphone right now is one of the screen's most lovely singers and actresses, Kitty Carlisle. Kitty, do you think it's a good idea for people around the country to give aluminum collection parties, such as this party here at the Stork Club tonight?
I think it's a simply wonderful idea. And if you're like me and you don't really know the difference between tin and aluminum, it doesn't make any difference. Bring everything you have, because the more the merrier.
And still another of the famous persons here at the Stork Club tonight is lovely Miss Josette Daly, New York debutante. What is your contribution, Miss Daly?
Oh, gobs of bracelets and hair curlers.
Well, will you just chuck it in the box over there, Miss Daly?
The Führer says he is the master race. Be higher, higher, right in the Führer's face. Not to love the Führer is a great disgrace. So be higher, higher, right in the Führer's face.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment. Most of the war movies made after World War I were pacifist films. That sentiment began to fade in the late 30s, and by 1942, the war to end all wars, as that first war was called, became a backdrop for rallying patriotic fervor. And the biggest rally of the year was Warner Brothers' Yankee Doodle Dandy, directed by Michael Curtiz and starring James Cagney as the actor, singer, composer, soldier, citizen, George M. Cohan.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, Yankee Doodle do or die. A real live nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart, she's my Yankee Doodle joy. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the ponies. I am that Yankee Doodle.
Ladies and gentlemen, my mother thanks you. My father thanks you. My sister thanks you. And I thank you. Cohan, George M. Cohan.
I guess you must have been before our time.
Yes, guess I was.
Were you ever in some big shows?
A few.
Like what?
Oh, like Little Nellie Kelly, Tavern, Our Wilderness. Well, I guess your parents must have seen me, fathers and mothers.
Maybe they have. I never heard them talk about it.
Have you ever a song called Give My Regards to Broadway?
I don't think so.
Sir. Who sang it?
Who sang it?
Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there.
George M. Cohan, winner of a Congressional Medal of Honor for his song Over There, died in November of 1942. That added poignance to Cagney's incomparable performance in a landmark movie. Yankee Doodle Dandy did more than entertain. It gave heart. The red, white, and blue of that black and white movie sent people out of the theaters proud of themselves and their country.
Time's a wasting. Well, we got to scram now. Swing session.
Thank you very much, Mr. What was your name again,
Cohan,
sir?
George Cohan. I'm the Yankee Doodle Dandy. Yankee Doodle, do or die. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the ponies. I am that Yankee Doodle
For he was that Yankee Doodle boy.
Japan's top strategist, Admiral Yamamoto, convinced that America's industrial might would prevail in a long war, had planned the Pearl Harbor attack to be a knockout blow, but it wasn't. And so Yamamoto, circling the island of Midway on his map, laid new plans to draw the American fleet into a decisive battle and finish it off. Yamamoto's plan would fail because American code breakers were able to provide details of it to the Navy's top Pacific commander, Admiral Chester Nimitz. And it would fail because there are times when the human instinct for survival is overcome by a mysterious thing called pride. At Midway, there were many such mysteries. On June 4th, 1942, American torpedo bombers from Midway and from the carriers Yorktown, Enterprise, and Hornet went up against newer, faster Japanese planes, against the carriers themselves in uncoordinated attacks, against overwhelming odds. Of the first 63 torpedo bombers to go in without air cover, 48 were destroyed. Of the 132 men who flew those planes, 100 died. They flew into walls of flak and swarms of Zeros, knowingly and without hesitation, toward almost certain death. But by sacrificing themselves, they prevented the zigzagging carriers from launching new attacks. By keeping the Zeros busy at low altitudes, they made it possible for American dive bombers to fall upon the Japanese fleet almost unnoticed. Within 5 minutes, the 4 Japanese carriers and other ships were reduced to flaming wrecks and were going down with more than 3,000 men. Some of the enemy planes found the Yorktown and scored with 2 torpedoes. The carrier was abandoned, but some men trapped in a watertight compartment below decks couldn't get off. An officer who spoke to them on the ship's phone asked them if they knew what kind of a fix they were in, and a voice said, "Sure, but we've got one hell of a card game going on down here." And then the voice added, "One thing, though, when you scuttle her, shoot straight, aim the torpedoes where we are. Make it quick." The torpedoes weren't needed. In time, the Yorktown rolled over, and with battle flags still flying, went down with those men in 3,000 fathoms of water. They are still there, that ship and those men, fused by the sea into an unseen monument to a mysterious thing called pride.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
Mes amis qui souffrent jour et nuit sous le joug accablant des nazis.
November 7th, 1942. President Roosevelt speaks to the French, announcing Operation Torch, the invasion of North Africa. It wasn't the second front that had been promised to the Russians, who were then dug in at Stalingrad, grinding away at the German invaders in a pivotal battle of the war. But the Allies weren't ready to invade Fortress Europe. North Africa was the best compromise they could manage.
Vive La France éternelle.
The troops came ashore under General Dwight Eisenhower's command from Casablanca to Algiers, several days after British tank forces led by Field Marshal Montgomery had punished Rommel's Africa Corps almost to the point of extinction. By late December, Operation Torch was bogged down by bad weather, enemy resistance, and the inexperience of American troops. And efforts to appoint Vichy officials as leaders of the Free French touched off on the American home front a political controversy that Hollywood had a symbolic role in ending.
Casablanca. Warner Brothers released it, Howard Koch wrote it, Michael Curtiz directed it, and Herman Hupfeld composed its haunting love song. No other movie of the war years managed with greater impact to grab hold of the essentials of the American myth and personality. Rugged individualism, romantic idealism, resourceful heroism. That was Casablanca.
It had to be you.
A crowded nightclub in Nazi-dominated French Morocco, 1941. Moorish screens, potted palms, and the music of a piano player named Sam cover many private and conspiratorial conversations. The owner of the cafe, Rick Blaine, played by Humphrey Bogart, is at a table with Louis Renaud, the Vichy police captain, played by Claude Rains, and with Conrad Veidt in the role of Major Strasser.
Who do you think will win the war?
The slightest idea.
Rick is completely neutral about everything, and that takes in the field of women, too.
Hey, excuse me, gentlemen. Your business is politics. Mine is running a saloon.
But as time goes by, fate catches up with Rick Blaine.
Yes, monsieur.
Reserve the table. Victor Laszlo.
Yes, Monsieur Laszlo. Right this way.
Paul Henreid, in the role of a Czech freedom fighter on the run from the Nazis, enters the cafe. On his arm, Ingrid Bergman as Ilse, Rick's lost love, lost in Paris, 1940. Ilse wants Sam to help her remember.
Leave him alone, Miss Elsa. You bad luck, Tom.
Play it once, Sam. Play as time goes by.
Oh, I can't remember it, Miss Elsa.
I'll hum it for you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
You must remember this. A kiss is just a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
Sam, I thought I told you never to play.
I wasn't sure you were the same. Let's see, the last time we met
Was La Belle Aurore.
How nice you remembered. But of course that was the day the Germans marched into Paris.
Not an easy day to forget.
No.
I remember every detail. The Germans wore gray, you wore blue. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine.
In the end, after intrigue and betrayal, Rick redeems his honor and helps Ilse escape with Laszlo, who offers his benediction on Rick's sacrifice.
Welcome to the fight. This time I know our side will win.
I said I would never leave you.
And you never will. But I've got a job to do, too. Where I'm going, you can't follow. What I've got to do, you can't be any part of. Ilse, I'm no good at being noble, but it doesn't take much to see that the problems of three little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. Someday you'll understand that. Now. He's looking at you, kid.
And on that fog-shrouded runway, Captain Renaud, who has redeemed his own honor by aiding in the escape, suggests a partnership with Rick, a partnership of two reborn patriots.
It might be a good idea for you to disappear from Casablanca for a while. There's a Free French garrison over at Brazzaville. I could be induced to arrange a passage.
My letter of transit? I could use a trip. It doesn't make any difference about our bet. You still owe me 10,000 francs.
And that 10,000 francs should pay our expenses.
Our expenses?
Mm-hmm.
Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
FDR watched Casablanca at the White House on New Year's Eve. It seemed to signify his own change of attitude about Vichy. FDR gave up his efforts to employ Vichy officials as governors of liberated territories. A coincidence. White House. Casa Blanca.
It's 10 o'clock. And here is the news you've been waiting for. Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill have met on the soil of Africa at Casablanca. There, not far from the noise of war, they drew up battle plans for 1943. Plans designed to bring about the unconditional surrender of Germany, Italy, and Japan.
Dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
There was a lot of melancholy under the tree that year, along with millions of unopened presents. But what Winston Churchill had called the long night of barbarism had been broken by a star of hope. We owed that to the valor of Allied armies and resistance movements. We owed it to people who gave their best in factories and on farms, to the backyard battalions and their victory gardens, to the kitchen commandos and their scrap drives. We owed it to movie stars and 4-H kids, and the scouts and the neighborhood volunteers who sold war bonds and rolled bandages, who sent mail and packages and did all those things they were asked to do and more. We owed it to all the people who showed how strong and decent and devoted a community of people can be. But mostly we owed that star of hope to the blue stars and to the gold stars. There was a slogan in 42, "Give till it hurts." And most of the time, most everybody did, because some had given, and some would have to give until they were far beyond hurting.
Be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
A word about our next program on the home front in a moment. 1943. American women go into military uniform as whacks and waves, or into overalls and work shoes as war plant welders and riveters. Journalist Ernie Pyle shares muddy foxholes with GIs in Italy. Germans and Russians share the frozen rubble of Stalingrad. 1943 is Cary Grant in Destination Tokyo, Tallulah Bankhead in Lifeboat, and John F. Kennedy aboard PT-109. It's a time when a soldier's face is slapped by a general, and a Marine's hopes are rescued by a nurse. 1943, the year of G.I. Joe. Next, on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world.
If you enjoy the content on this channel, not only subscribe, but please donate to its upkeep. Because of the vintage old-time radio, films, and music that we feature, this channel does not qualify for YouTube monetization. Help motivate us to keep posting this wonderful content and seeking out more. We'd like to think that this channel is more interesting than any other nostalgia channel of a similar type. Help us keep going by donating. In the description section of this video, you will find a secure link to PayPal. Any little bit helps. Thank you for your support.
Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the Home Front.
When Johnny comes marching home again, hooray, hooray, we'll give him a hearty welcome then, hooray, hooray.
All the men will cheer and the boys will shout, the gals dress up and they'll all turn out,
and we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home.
Attention, everybody. Attention. Men attached to the following unit will report back to their post immediately. This is an official order from your commanding officer. All men from the 1st Battalion, 28th Marines will report for duty at once.
In 1943, Johnny was still marching in the other direction, away from home, from North Africa into Italy, and from Guadalcanal farther out into the Pacific. Johnny was a private, probably, average in many respects, and looked just like all the other guys, under a steel helmet and with 80 pounds of combat gear on his back. He probably enlisted eagerly, and then learned what James Jones called the harsh and bitter lesson of men, raised to prize themselves as individuals, becoming nameless pieces of expendable material, like rifle bullets and mortar shells. GI stood for government issue, but to some people, Johnny was and would always be Johnny. In a moment, along with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown, we'll be back on the home front of 1943. We'll be with Johnny when he went away and with those waiting for him to come marching home.
Get ready for the Jubilee.
Hooray, hooray.
He'll get 3 cheers from you and me.
Hooray, hooray.
Uncle Sam will prove he's still the champ. He'll close up shop and break up camp,
and we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. When Johnny comes marching home. When Johnny comes marching home.
Music of wartime America. Tonight, we bring you, in behalf of your local USO organization, another in a series of programs dedicated to the music of wartime America and to the fighting spirit which inspired it.
And now I see that Helen Forrest would like to tell us about that soldier of mine.
He's not so handsome, he's not very tall, and in the smart set, he's nothing at all. He was the first one to answer the call, that soldier of mine. He's just a private, just one of a crowd. He's got that something that makes me so proud. He'll keep Old Glory as high as a cloud, that soldier of mine.
Johnny, as a bachelor or young husband, was one of some 12 million men in uniform in 1943, and his absence on the home front was keenly felt.
You went away and my heart went with you.
Rosemary Clooney and Harry James.
I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't. No. You'll never know if you don't know now.
And now, a brief reminder from Uncle Sam that to the millions of American men and women overseas, nothing is more important than mail from home. Write often. Make your letters cheerful. And be sure to use V-mail. V-mail is private, speedy, safer, and it helps to lighten the burden of delivery.
Johnny couldn't help but worry over 4F wolves at home, but if his theme in his V for Victory mail back to the United States was, "Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me," the melody sung on Main Street was that there wasn't anyone to sit under the apple tree with.
I either get a fossil or an adolescent pup. I either have to hold him off or have to hold him up. The battle is on, but the fortress will hold. They're either too young or too old.
Even in wartime, America's women were expected to stay close to home, unlike Britain and Russia, where military service for women was common and expected. But tradition had to give.
The Women's Army Corps trains you, the career is yours forever. The pay is that of a soldier of equal rank. There's a really important job waiting in the WAC for every gal who is anxious to serve her country at home or overseas. The WAC has a recruiting office not far from you. Do your part in hastening the ultimate victory of our forces. To speed them back, join the WAC.
Enlistments in the WACs and the other women's auxiliaries faced male resistance in the ranks and Puritan gossip about the easy virtue of barracks life. But about 100,000 women joined up, did important work, and earned their stripes.
First class Private Mary Brown. Oh, how she smiled goodbye when they shipped me out of town. Let the big guns roar, let me win this war, 'cause I wanna hurry right back. Gonna double to first class Private Mary Brown, my wonderful.
Friends, it would be impossible for me or for anyone else to overemphasize the importance of women in this war. Actually, millions of American women are working now in aircraft factories and war plants of all kinds. But even more of us women are needed. The fact is that women are needed for all kinds of jobs in many parts of the country.
Thank you, Kate Smith.
Arms for the love of America. They speak in a foreign land with weapons in every hand. Whatever they try, we've got a reply in language that they understand. Arms for the love of America and for the love of every mother's son who's depending on the work that must be done. by the man behind the gun.
By the fall of 1943, the man behind the gun was often a woman. 17 million American women were in the labor force, about 5 million of them in defense work. The unions ignored them. They rarely got promoted, rarely got equal pay, and most planned to quit when the war was over. But they made their presence felt. For one thing, they got the job done. For another, women demanded and usually got the kind of progressive workplace that already existed in large measure in the shipyards of Henry J. Kaiser. Strict safety rules, medical clinics, health insurance, daycare centers, teenage recreation programs. As a result, whole communities around the factories got health and safety conscious, and this was soon translated into an array of new social legislation. America's health, just about ruined by the Great Depression, was being given a rejuvenating shot in the arm by the women behind the men behind the guns.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
This cute story of Army life romance by Don Cornell.
I must go back to the Army routine. And every doughboy knows what that will mean. A soldier boy without a heart has 2 strikes on him from the start, and my heart's at the stage door canteen.
Stage Door Canteen. The United Artists movie by that name celebrated the celebrities and the other volunteers who entertained the troops at USO centers.
My name is Jean.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm not telling.
Go on, please. It's important.
You name it, California.
You're 18.
Oh, gee, thanks. You want me to hold your hand while you drink your milk?
Many GIs were just like the one played by Lon McAllister, fuzzy-cheeked innocents who were aw-shucks bashful in the presence of a pretty girl. Some were even, well, less sophisticated.
One November day in 1943, officials at the Poinsett County Draft Board in Arkansas were startled when a character from a distant farm walked in holding a letter written by his wife. The man himself was illiterate, couldn't read a word of it. The letter began, "Dear United States Army," and it said, "Just take him. He ain't no good to me. Ain't done nothing but raise hell and drink lemon essence since I married him 8 years ago, and I got to feed 7 of his kids. Maybe you can get him to carry a gun. He's good on squirrels and eating. Take him and welcome. I need the grub and his beds for the kids. Don't tell him this, but just take him." They did.
There were, of course, a great many drafted and volunteer GIs who were well-educated, worldly and mature, or just plain streetwise. Wherever he came from, whatever his background, Johnny thought more about what he was leaving than about what he was facing.
You know, Jean, you've given me my happiest moment since I joined the service.
I'm glad. I hope you don't sail California. I hope you'll be back because I'd like to be your girl again. Something wrong with your throat?
Yeah, there's a lump in it.
Attention, everybody. Attention. Men attached to the following unit will report back to their post immediately. This is an official order from your commanding officer. All men from the 1st Battalion, 28th Marines will report for duty at once.
James Jones, who was a GI at Pearl Harbor when the war began and who was wounded on Guadalcanal, would later write, "There's an exciting feeling about the beginning of a war or even a campaign. It's like a sudden, unexpected school holiday. All restraints are off. Everyday life and its dull routines and responsibilities are scratched, and a new set of rules takes over. True, some people are going to die, but it probably won't be oneself, and for a while at least, adventure will reign." In Louis Seiler's 1943 movie Guadalcanal Diary, there was a moment when the rookie's unknowing exuberance was contrasted with a combat-experienced chaplain played by Preston Foster and a battle-smart William Bendix.
Hey, buddy, what's it like out here?
Pretty rugged, son.
See you guys in Tokyo. Okay, we'll be there waiting for you.
Time for Gabriel Heater and his up-to-the-minute news of the world, brought to you by Kreml. And now, Gabriel Heater. Whisper, rumor, gossip, and a bit of Axis propaganda. Always make it black when it may not be black at all. Take last night. Many people went around blue and discouraged, telling each other it was all over on Guadalcanal. Rumors of defeat and despair ran wild. Well, our news is far from good tonight, but it's a long, long way from being black.
Guadalcanal and Tulagi Island and the waters around them were hellholes of rain and malaria, sharks and crocodiles, point-blank naval battles, and hand-to-hand combat. Those who lived to remember the vileness of the place and the campaign included Corporal Barney Ross, the former welterweight boxing champ who won a Silver Star. Captain Joe Foss, a flyer, shot down 26 planes and went home to become governor of South Dakota. A second lieutenant named Paul Moore, who earned the Navy Cross, displayed a different cross in later years as the Episcopal Bishop of New York. Private Edward Arends was one of the men who didn't make it home. Shot twice and bayoneted 3 times, he was found in his foxhole amid the bodies of a dozen enemy soldiers who had tried to get by him during the night. There were other men on Guadalcanal and Tulagi, and on Bougainville and Tarawa's even bloodier beaches, on Kwajalein, New Britain, and with the Australians and New Zealanders in New Guinea and New Georgia. Other men in airplanes and in ships whose deeds are unremembered, except by those who saw them, and by those who understand the honor due the anonymous. Of this, James Jones said, "It's hard enough to accept dying, but to die unknown, except in some general communique or accolade, requires a bravery and an acceptance that no one has given a name to."
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
Germany's Sixth Army, led by General Paulus, trained its guns on the Russian city of Stalingrad and through the autumn of 1942 shelled it into rubble, and then ground it down a street at a time. But then it was November, and the mud rutted like tank treads turned to granite. December's wind was an icy dagger, piling up snow and freezing men and equipment where they stood. In January, the air was so cold it hurt to breathe, and it turned Stalingrad's banks of snow and piles of dead into solid battlements that no bullet could penetrate. But Hitler demanded attack, and Paulus's men, on numb and blackened feet, battled deeper into their own tomb. No matter how many Russians they killed, no matter how many Russians froze or starved to death, there were always more Russians crossing the ice of the Volga at night, enough finally for Marshal Zhukov to outflank Paulus and force his surrender. Of the 100,000 Germans taken prisoner, almost all of them vanished forever in eastern Russia. Stalingrad's frozen skeleton held 50,000 Russian and 150,000 German corpses, and the last remains of German invincibility. Hitler mourned privately that the gods of war had gone over to the other side, and the German radio mourned publicly. The second movement of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the same work from which the West had drawn its V for Victory theme, drifted over the airwaves with the announcement that the battle for Stalingrad had ended.
Das Oberkommando der Wehrmacht gibt bekannt. Der Kampf um Stalingrad ist zu Ende.
The sacrifices and successes of the Russian people in the war against Hitler did little to allay American suspicions about Joseph Stalin and communism. Two of 1943's pro-Russian movies, Mission to Moscow and The North Star, were labeled by some as propaganda, naive at best. Perhaps the most controversial movie of 1943 was Alfred Hitchcock's Lifeboat. Hitchcock put Tallulah Bankhead, John Hodiak, William Bendix, Hume Cronyn, Canada Lee, Mary Anderson, and Henry Hull into a lifeboat and added Walter Slezak as the U-boat commander who had torpedoed their ship.
Sind Sie der Kapitän des U-Boots?
Nein. Ich bin Mitglied der Besatzung, kein Offizier.
He says he's not a captain or officer, just a crew member.
A crew member or skipper, he's German.
Well, a guy can't help being German if he's born a German, can he?
Neither can a snake help being a rattlesnake if he's born a rattlesnake. That don't make him a nightingale. Get him out of here.
Don't be silly, darling. He can't very well get off in the middle of the ocean. Now, can he?
Throw him off.
Have you gone out of your mind?
Throw the Nazi buzzard overboard.
That's out of the question. It's against the law.
Whose law? We're on our own here. We can make our own law.
Now, just a minute. He was acting under orders. Our freighter was an enemy ship. After all, we're at war.
Is that woman at war? Is her baby at war?
Me, I'm perfectly willing to abide by the decision of the majority. That's the American way. If we harm this man, we're guilty of the same tactics that you hate him for. On the other hand, if we treat him with kindness and consideration, we might be able to convert him to our way of thinking. That's the Christian way.
Some critics complained that the U-boat commander, in the way he gradually took command of the lifeboat, was the most intelligent, practical, skillful, cool-headed, and clear-minded person on board. But Hitchcock, in his view of the world as a jungle of predators, was warning that people accustomed to individual freedom and absorbed by their own individuality are at a disadvantage when they're up against the single-minded zealot, the hungry predator, unless they get together. They finally do get together in the lifeboat and beat the Nazi to death.
American codebreakers discovered that Japan's Admiral Yamamoto was on an inspection trip to the Pacific and would be flying over an island in the Solomons on April 18th at 9:45 a.m. 18 P-38s from Guadalcanal flew more than 400 ocean-skimming miles to reach the target precisely on time. Their leader, Captain Thomas Lamphere, got off one long burst, and Yamamoto's plane went down in flames. Japan had lost its top strategist and any remaining hope of final victory.
Stand by. Fire one. Fire two.
By the fall of '43, Americans on the home front were reading about a Navy man named Lieutenant John F. Kennedy, whose PT boat 109 was cut in two by a Japanese destroyer during action in the Solomons, about how he led his crew to an island, towing a man too weak to swim by gripping the man's life jacket with his teeth. Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy, relieved and proud over his son's rescue and Navy Cross, then learned that his oldest son, Joseph Jr., had been killed on a flying mission in Europe. Now the random nature of death made the younger son the center of a political family's post-war plans and destiny.
I look forward to a great future for America. A future in which our country will match its military strength with our moral restraint, its wealth with our wisdom, its power with our purpose. I look forward to an America which will not be afraid of grace and beauty.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
northwest 135.
Right, 135.
To the earthbound, there's always been something special about flyers. Up there in their angelic machines, they seem closer to the divine and free of the surly bonds of earth.
What does a flyer think of when he's up there in the sky? Ask any army pilot, and he'll answer with a sigh. While I'm there in the air with my head in the clouds, I think of someone I love. And I know down below she is thinking of me while I am up there above. When the night is clear and the bombardier drops a bomb that's wired for sound, how I yearn to return with my head in the clouds to the one I love on the ground.
To the Army and Navy men on the ground, the Air Corps was the glamour job of the war. Of course, compared to a foxhole or an engine room, anything would seem glamorous.
The Office of War Information presents its director, Elmer Davis, in his weekly report to the American people at home and to America's fighting forces overseas.
We've had another week of air war, the greatest air war that the world has yet seen, and its scale is still increasing. For 6 days and nights, American and British bombers based in England have been steadily pounding northwestern Germany.
Those bombers were being pounded themselves by defending fighters and anti-aircraft fire. Not until the fall of '43, when target areas were showered with metal strips to confuse enemy radar, and when updated P-51 fighters gave the bombers the long-range protection they had been forced to do without, did the raids become more productive, and more flyers make it back alive.
What a show, what a show, what a fight, what a fight. Yes, we really hit our target for tonight. How we sing as we lift through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. With our full crew aboard and our trust in the Lord, we're coming in on a wing and a prayer. Coming in on a wing and a prayer.
Pilot to crew, fasten your safety belts. Might be a rough landing.
All set, sir.
All check for landing. Give me full flaps. Flaps coming down.
Moviegoers in 1943 got a fair idea of the perils of war in the air from Howard Hawks' Air Force, a fictional but realistic account of one B-17 crew fighting its way across the Pacific.
Lights. Airspeed 110. 100.
And the Mary Ann was landed safely. Rare was the B-17 that didn't have a name painted on its nose. Names like Belle of the Brawl, Pistol Packin' Mama, or Grin and Bear It, which is what the pretty girls painted next to the names invariably did. Those painted pinups didn't look much like those girls at home who built the bombers in their overalls, work shoes, and welder's masks. But the wings of the American Eagle were an alloy of steel and gossamer.
Stations for battle service. Stations for battle service. Ready on all main engines.
In 1943, Hollywood sent some of its biggest stars to its backlot oceans in praise of the Navy. In Destination Tokyo, Cary Grant played the skipper of the U.S. submarine Copperfin.
In addition to mines, there's certainly a submarine net ahead, just waiting for screwballs like us. Stand by. Keep on your toes. Soundman?
The real-life mission of the Copperfin in 1942 was to sneak into Tokyo's waters and gather information for the Doolittle bombing raid.
All ahead 2/3, steady as you go. All ahead 2/3, steady as you go, sir.
Delmar Davis, in his debut as a director, was so careful with technical details that the Navy used Destination Tokyo as a training film.
Attention all hands. That bottom you're feeling is well inside Tokyo Bay.
September 1943. The Allies invade Italy at Salerno. Overconfidence, poor planning, and powerful resistance by battle-disciplined German forces cause a chaotic pileup of men and equipment on the beach. Navy destroyers dash in close to shore through heavily mined waters, bombard enemy positions, and give the beachhead the cover and time needed to get itself untangled. Brigadier General John Lang of the 36th Artillery Division sends a message that's relayed to all ships. Thank God for the fire of the Blue Belly Navy. Probably could not have stuck it out otherwise on the beaches. Brave fellows these. Tell them so.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
My fellow Americans, over a year and a half ago, I said this to the Congress. The militarists in Berlin and Rome and Tokyo started...
A single rifle squad carting its ammo on one pack mule could hold off a battalion. There were no grand strategies now. For the men fighting under Generals Mark Clark and George Patton and Britain's Field Marshal Montgomery, it was war a moment at a time, a yard at a time. It was war fought by dirty, sweaty, cold, tired, and cursing men. War fought by combat's beast of burden, the foot soldier.
Now came the time, as it comes in every war, when the greatest fighting machine of them all, the infantry soldier, had to go in and slug it out.
Burgess Meredith as journalist Ernie Pyle in the William Wellman film The Story of G.I. Joe. Ernie Pyle won a Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on the Italian campaign, but more important, he won the respect of the GIs with whom he shared stale, cold coffee and muddy holes in the ground.
Well, it's a world the other world never known. Even the Air Force. Up there, they approach death differently. When they die, they're clean-shaven, well-fed. If that's any comfort. But the GI, well, he lives so miserably, and he dies so miserably.
This was the miserable existence that Ernie Pyle wrote about. It was the grim and bizarre existence that Bill Malden sketched into the sad and comic cartoon figures of Willie and Joe up front. It was the kind of internal war that James Jones wrote about, when men drive themselves to keep going. Maybe, he said, they do it out of professionalism or pride or even patriotism. Or maybe it's because they just reach a point where they don't give a damn anymore.
Lieutenant General George Smith Patton, Jr., commander of the U.S. 7th Army, had still another name, Old Blood and Guts. He knew tanks, tactics, military history, and military discipline. He'd fought Germans before under General Blackjack Pershing in World War I. Patton paid a visit to an evacuation hospital, a tent where a dozen new casualties had just been brought. And there on a cot was a soldier with no visible wounds, still in battle dress, sent back with what a medical officer had called a severe case of psychoneurosis. "It's my nerves," said the young man. Patton exploded, called the soldier a coward, a disgrace to the Army, and then he slapped him in the face. To the medical officer, he said, "I want this man out of here. I won't have these brave boys seeing such a bastard babied." As Patton left the tent, the soldier began to sob. The general returned and struck him again. Minutes later, in another tent, Patton himself broke down and wept openly. What old Blood and Guts didn't know was that the shell-shocked artilleryman was no malingerer. He'd enlisted at the age of 18, fought in both Tunisia and Sicily, and the psychiatric diagnosis turned out to be incomplete. The young man was running a high fever, suffering from malaria. And before Patton walked into that tent, the soldier had asked the medical officers to let him go back to the front.
For some men, the Italian campaign offered a chance for redemption in the eyes of those watching the war from the safe boundaries of the United States. Early in 1943, the Army began accepting young Japanese Americans whose families had been interned in the U.S. as loyalty risks. The 442nd Infantry, consisting entirely of Nisei volunteers, was a crack unit that saw some of the worst fighting in Italy, suffered the highest casualty rate, and won the most combat decorations. Thousands of them. These Japanese American GIs hoped that by their blood, the barbed wire camp gates would open for their families back home in the States. The gates remained locked.
All the foot soldiers in Italy plodded on from the mud of autumn's rains through the bone-chilling snows of winter, one of the worst Italian winters in memory. In the spring, when the ice melted and Rome was liberated, many of them would just keep going into another campaign, another battle. Ernie Pyle would go on to the Pacific, where he shared with GIs there stale coffee, muddy holes in the ground, and sudden death. Ernie Pyle was killed by a sniper.
That is our war, and we will carry it with us as we go from one battleground to another until it's all over. We will win. I hope we can rejoice with victory, but humbly. That all together we will try out of the memory of our anguish to reassemble our broken world into a pattern so firm and so fair that another great war can never again be possible. And for those beneath the wooden crosses, there is nothing we can do except perhaps to pause and murmur, "Thanks, pal. Thanks."
One day in 1943, people waited on the platform of the station in Philadelphia. There was an atmosphere of tension, anticipation, uncertainty. They were waiting for Army Private Al Schmidt, who a few short days ago lay in a military hospital bed in San Diego. He'd been sent home from the Pacific, blinded, after single-handedly machine gunning 200 enemy soldiers. In his own darkness, he dictated a letter to a nurse to be sent to his fiancée back in Philadelphia, breaking off their engagement for reasons he felt were obvious. The letter began, "Dear Ruth," and it ended with a P.S., added secretly by the nurse. "Ruth," it said, "with his intelligence, personality, and humor, there's no reason why you can't build something pretty fine out of life." Now, some weeks later, when Private Schmidt was helped off the train in Philadelphia, he couldn't see the tears in the eyes of his parents standing there on the platform with his friends and relatives, nor the tears in the eyes of Ruth Hartley, who thereupon announced the wedding plans.
Some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't. No, no. You'll never know if you don't know now.
about our next program on the home front in a moment. (1944). On the battlefronts, it's D-Day at Normandy, on Guam, and in Leyte Gulf. Rome falls. Bastogne does not. Douglas MacArthur goes back to the Philippines, and Charles de Gaulle comes home to Paris. And on the home front, confidence soars. Victory gardens go to seed, and bets on quick victory are lost. In politics, FDR runs with a fellow named Harry, and Tom Dewey has to run against a pooch named Falla. 1944, a year of trial and liberation. Next, on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world. Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the home front.
When the lights go on again, all over the world, and the boys are home again, all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love.
Americans had listened to Vaughn Monroe sing that song for 2 years before a few lights did come on in a blacked-out world. They were the lights on transport ships headed for Normandy in France, and what General Eisenhower called the Great Crusade. They were the lights of Paris, which shone in 1944 for the first time in 4 years on a French flag that didn't have a swastika flying beside it. The light was turned on in the torch held by the statue of Miss Liberty, reflecting on the waters of New York Harbor for the first time since Pearl Harbor and brightening many hearts. There were other bright lights in 1944, the fires of battle on Saipan and Guam, in the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf. The flash of artillery fire and parachute flares lighting up a besieged American garrison at Bastogne in Belgium on the eve of Christmas. Glaring reminders that victory, however certain, had not lowered its cost. In a moment, along with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown, we'll be back on the home front and see those lights of 1944.
When the lights go on again, all over the
presenting in person and in the spotlight, Sammy Kaye.
In 1944, American entertainers took their soldier shows to military bases in the United States and to outposts overseas. They brought music, laughs, pretty girls, and the message that the nation was behind the guys all the way, that the GI's wish was the home front's command.
And here's a bit of advice for all the girls from lovely Nancy Norman.
You can't say no to a soldier, a sailor, or a handsome Marine. No, you can't say no if he wants to dance. If he's gonna fight, he's got a right to romance. So get out your lipstick and powder. Be beautiful and dutiful too. If he's not your type, then it's still okay. You can always kiss him in a sisterly way. Oh, you can't say no. No, you gotta give in if you want him to win for you.
GIs certainly liked the idea of the right to romance being part of their Bill of Rights, but many of them were in places where that right couldn't be exercised. And they were constantly reminded of that by Japan's sassy radio propagandist, Tokyo Rose.
Hello, you fighting orphans of the Pacific? How's Strick? Reception okay? Well, it better be, because this is all request night. And guess what? You want Bonnie Baker. Say you want to see me every night, but every time you see me, you want to hold me tight. I ought to say no, unless you let me go. Oh, but my resistance is low.
The women who played the roles of Tokyo Rose and Axis Sally, her counterpart on German radio, tried to get at the GIs where they might be most vulnerable, to get them worried about who was romancing whom back there on that high-living home front. Most of the guys enjoyed the music and ignored the message, but they were aware of the good times at home, and many resented it, or just wanted to get back to it.
I like to say no, unless you let me go. Oh, but my resistance is so low.
What Americans couldn't resist in 1944 was an optimistic sense of change, a sense of older things passing away and new possibilities taking shape. And that sense of the future at hand seemed confirmed by every encouraging word on radio that the war was being won.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My friends, yesterday, on June 4th, 1944, Rome fell to American and Allied troops. The first of the Axis capitals is now in our hands. 1 up and 2 to go.
People were making bets that it would be all over by Labor Day. Defense workers by the thousands were being lured away from war plants into a booming civilian economy, convinced that war plants would soon be closing. Uncle Sam got worried.
Friends, American men and women are doing a lot, but they can and must do more to help shorten the war. More than ever, it's important and imperative that every one of us stick to his war-useful job in spite of real and aggravating obstacles. That's our way of licking the Axis if we can't shoulder arms.
But the war plan exodus continued.
Last year, we raised 6 million acres of soybeans. This year, they're asking us to boost that figure to 9 million to get more oil to take the place of imports.
They say we need 7% more milk than we produced last year.
We produced more eggs than ever before last year, but this year we want 400 million dozen more.
We're going to send 10 million more hogs to market.
American farmers did produce more in 44, but weeds were growing in millions of backyard victory gardens. It seemed that only teenagers and children were still gung-ho about scrap drives.
Our boys are still fighting. Are you still saving used fat?
It's urgently needed to help make battlefront and homefront supplies.
Are you saving old newspapers, magazines, paper bags, and boxes? Paper is a vital war material, and there's a serious shortage. Sell your waste paper.
In almost every month of 1944, scrap drives fell far below quotas as appeals for sacrifice lost their grip on the American conscience. From the time of Pearl Harbor, the government had used every conceivable psychological approach to stoke up the war effort. In the beginning, anger and outrage were enough. And then the element of fear as the war went badly.
Just tell your boss to deduct 10 cents from every dollar he pays you and lend it to Uncle Sam in your name. Sign up for this simple savings plan today, and when victory comes, you'll have war bonds in your pockets instead of Axis bonds on your wrists.
When things began to look up, the message could be carried by laughter.
Oh, Dad.
Oh, George, I have the most exciting news. Guess what? My brother Willie's in the Army.
Well, if everybody buckles down to their jobs, I think we can win the war anyway.
And there was guilt.
Faster, Kelly, faster.
I'm getting all the speed out of her I can, sir.
We ought to reach the destroyer in 5 or 6 minutes now if she can stand up under those Jap shower guns.
Now they're throwing everything they've got at her. If only we had another destroyer, something to double our fire and divide theirs.
I know, Kelly, I know, but we haven't.
Big names like Humphrey Bogart starred in radio dramas that linked the deaths of men in combat with the failure of workers on the home front to work hard enough.
Was it my fault? Didn't I get the shore party over fast enough?
That wasn't your fault, Jessup. The luck of the draw. Now we sit here quietly and take what's coming to us.
If metals are not mined and smelted quickly enough and in large quantities, then ships cannot be sent out on schedule. Then men may die, defeated, when they should live and win.
American workers did not feel guilty. They had turned out a surplus of war material. There had been more fatalities in the war plants than in the war, at least 250,000. And although this sense of satisfaction was occurring just before the worst of the combat casualties would be suffered, an event in June 1944 made people more confident than ever that the war would soon be over. D-Day, the Allied invasion of Europe under the command of General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. Your task will not be an easy one, but this is the year 1944. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeats. Our home front have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war. The tide has turned. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
My fellow Americans, last night when I spoke with you about the fall of Rome, I knew at that moment that troops of the United States and our allies were crossing the Channel in another and greater operation. It has come to pass with success thus far.
D-Day begins in darkness with the lifting of paratroopers over the English Channel to Normandy in France.
Down the runway, level and straight. Now I can see her white tail light. She goes away over the brow of the hill before she lifts into the night sky. And the second machine is following without a break.
On the Channel, the bows of more than 1,000 Allied ships aim at Normandy's beaches. Those are British Tommies. Under General Miles Dempsey, they will land with Canadian troops at beaches codenamed Juno, Sword, and Gold. General Omar Bradley's American forces will land at beaches called Omaha and Utah. For 2,500 of these men, this week in June will be the last days of their lives. German communications flash an alarm. Enemy paratroopers seem to be everywhere. Field Marshal von Rundstedt suspects it's a decoy. Eisenhower, he believes, will attack in force at the other end of the channel, not at Normandy, and not in weather as unfavorable as this.
This is Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force. In a moment, you will hear the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
People of Western Europe. A landing was made this morning on the coast of France by troops of the Allied Expeditionary Force. The hour of your liberation is approaching.
8 Allied divisions under the overall command of Field Marshal Montgomery go ashore in the first wave. But Hitler isn't convinced that this is the real thing. He refuses to commit his reserves and goes back to bed. The Fuhrer sleeps until 3 p.m. while his Atlantic wall is being breached and while the Luftwaffe is being driven from the skies.
Here we go again. Another plane's come over. Right over our port side. Here we go. They got one. They got one. We got that one. This gun right here. Did we? Yeah.
George Hicks off the Normandy coast.
The lights of that burning Nazi plane are just twinkling now in the sea and going out.
As June 6th ended, more than 150,000 Allied soldiers were on French soil, and 1 million more would follow within the month. Von Rundstedt urged Hitler to end the war and was fired from his command. Rommel then decided that he must do something to save Germany. He decided that Hitler would have to be removed. Radio carried the voices of the BBC chorus and the voices of leaders of occupied countries, broadcasting the news of D-Day to their countrymen. In Norway,
Landsmenn, som led i den store strategiske plan.
In Belgium,
Mes chers compatriotes, les opérations préliminaires pour la libération de
in
l'Europe.
Poland,
Żołnierze, lotnicy, marynarze Polacy. Wkraczamy w decydującą
and in France, by Charles de Gaulle.
La bataille suprême est engagée. Après tant de combats, de fureur, de douleur, voici venu le choc décisif.
Charles de Gaulle was among the few French military commanders who put up a die-hard resistance to the German invasion of 1940 and was among the last to concede defeat. He escaped to London and through radio declared himself to be the voice and spirit of Free France. To his countrymen, he was. But Churchill had little sympathy for France, and Roosevelt never took seriously de Gaulle's pretensions as France's once and future leader. But as the self-proclaimed embodiment of French glory, Charles de Gaulle would not be denied. His hour would come.
When word of the D-Day invasion reached the United States, a great noise went up. Surely the end of the war was now in sight. But the clamor of celebration gave way to a sober mood of reflection. President Roosevelt was heard on radio that night of June 6th, not with a pep talk, but with a prayer.
Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. And for us at home, help us, Almighty God, to rededicate ourselves in renewed faith in Thee in this hour of great sacrifice.
Americans prayed. They visited blood banks. They bought more war bonds, ended strikes, reduced absenteeism in the factories, and began volunteering again. They hadn't been coaxed into a new resolve by hard sell or soft sell propaganda. D-Day, in its success and with its sacrifice, had just made things clear again.
Achtung, Achtung. From the Führer's headquarters, we shall broadcast an address by the Führer to the German nation.
No one was more surprised to hear that on the night of July 20th than the high-ranking German officers who thought they had killed Hitler with a time bomb earlier that day at his headquarters in East Prussia. But the conspirators were too cautious. They waited for confirmation that Hitler was dead, and by then it was too late to seize the levers of power. There were mass arrests, trials, confessions, executions. Someone mentioned Rommel's name. He was allowed to take poison.
Therefore, every German, whoever he may be, has the duty to counter these elements at once and with ruthless determination, and either to arrest them at once, or should they offer resistance anywhere, to wipe them out at once.
The purge continued, and as the Third Reich consumed itself, Allied armies were driving across France and pushing Hitler's troops toward the Rhine.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen of the convention, it is my privilege to present to you the next President of the United States, Thomas E. Dewey.
Thomas Edmund Dewey, age 42, New York's governor, former crime-fighting prosecutor, chosen by the Grand Old Party in 1944 to prevent Franklin Roosevelt from serving 16 years in office.
This election will bring an end to one-man government in America.
The GOP campaign began on that note, with the huge unseen presence of FDR right there in the convention hall. Dewey on the subject of the war.
Let me make it crystal clear that a change of administration next January cannot and will not involve any change in the military conduct of the war.
And on the New Deal's management of the nation, its people, and its money.
All they tell us is that in its young days, it did some good things. That we freely grant. But now it has grown old in office.
Old in office. Roosevelt was 62 by the calendar, overworked, underweight, suffering from high blood pressure, and in the spring of 44, battling bronchitis along with 2 wars and a political challenge.
In Washington, as you know, the working day of the presidency in these times averages about 15 hours. And even when I go to Hyde Park or to Warm Springs, the White House office, the callers, the visitors, and the telephones all follow me.
A visitor to the White House described the president's appearance as wasted. And even when Democrats like John Sparkman of Alabama defended a 4th term as crucial to the war effort, they sometimes gave health issue ammunition to the GOP.
This is not an honor that we seek to bestow on Mr. Roosevelt. It is a job. A terrible, life-taking job.
When the Democrats gathered for their convention, they were united behind the president, but not the vice president, Henry Wallace. The rank and file liked Wallace, but to party leaders he was abrasive, too far to the left, and too easy a target for the Republicans. FDR himself seemed disinterested in the matter. In fact, when the convention began, he was watching Marine training maneuvers on the West Coast. The National Committee had been looking for a perfect compromise candidate who would offend neither the Southern conservatives nor the big city machines. And they found just the right man, a loyalist from a border state, a hard-working senator who had done a good job as a watchdog on the war effort, Harry S. Truman of Missouri.
Upon being nominated for the office of Vice President of the United States, my first wish was to express my appreciation to the membership of the Democratic Party. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is my leader and commander-in-chief.
No one was more flabbergasted by this turn of events than Truman himself. He never dreamed of running and had supported War Mobilization Director Jimmy Burns for the nomination. "My God," said Truman when he was told of the leadership's choice. Only when FDR confirmed it for him personally on the telephone did Truman believe it. And then he said, "Well, why the hell didn't he tell me that in the first place?" With the issue of the president's health playing so prominent a part in the campaign, Republicans disparaged Truman's fitness to occupy the Oval Office, if it should come to that. FDR met the health issue by campaigning harder than ever. He traveled more, drove through the fall's cold rains in an open car without a hat, and stepped up his schedule of speeches.
You know, I am actually 4 years older, which is a fact that seems to annoy some people.
September 1944.
These Republican leaders have not been content with attacks on me, or on my wife, or on my sons. They now include my little dog, Falla. You know, Falla's Scotch. And being a Scotty, as soon as he learned that the Republican fiction writers had concocted a story that I'd left him behind on an Aleutian island and had sent a destroyer back to find him at a cost to the taxpayers of $2 or $3 or $8 or $20 million, his Scotch soul was furious.
Roosevelt's dog got Dewey's goat, and the GOP counterattacked with charges that FDR was too chummy with Joseph Stalin and unmindful about the communist threat, that he had allowed Pearl Harbor to happen to end unemployment. The gap in the polls all but vanished. Late on election night, FDR's neighbors in Hyde Park gathered at his back porch to announce his election victory with their applause. He had swamped Dewey in the electoral vote, but the great popular vote margins of the old Depression campaigns had shrunk to 3 million, as his own once robust figure had shrunk to a size smaller than his suits, as the life remaining within him had waned to one last winter and a moment of spring. Everything was wasting away except his will to go on, to see the war effort through, to be there when peace came.
And so, my friends, with that affirmation of the vitality of democratic government behind us, that demonstration of its resilience and its capacity for decision and for action, with that knowledge of our own strength and power, we move forward with God's help to the greatest epoch of free achievement by free men that the world has ever known.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
They say that in camp you can have a swell time. We've heard it all before. 5 in the morning, we're kicked out of bed to scrub up the barrack room floor. A private has really no privacy now. We're all behind the 8 ball. No ice cream or cookies for flat-footed rookies. So cheer up, my lads, let them all. Heavyweight, underweight, big or small. When you're in camp, bless them all.
There were at least a few American Marines singing "Bless Them All" as their landing craft approached the beach on Guam Island. The source of that information, a man who was there.
This is July 21st, 1944, 6 o'clock in the morning. American Marines are this morning landing on Guam Island in the Marianas, liberating territory seized by the Japanese fascists 2.5 years ago. And this is Sergeant Alvin M. Josephi, a United States Marine Corps combat correspondent, speaking from the scene of this new action. In a few moments, Marines will begin streaming down the side.
Sergeant Josephi was two people that day. Reporter Josephi was detached from the action as though immune to bullets.
There's all hell to pay directly ahead of us. The beach looks as though it's practically on fire. Some of the fellows are beginning to sing here. Bless them all. They're cracking jokes with each other, I guess, to hide their nervousness. There go American dive bombers going down on the beach, back of the beach. Coconut trees along the beach are shattered, looking like burnt telephone poles.
But Alvin Josephi was also a Marine, and those were friends, not strangers, with whom he would face the enemy's guns.
One boy been hurt now right next to us here. He's trying to hang on. Two of them. Hey, Shay, you all right? Another boy's just been hurt. He's hanging onto the trail with both arms. Hey, tell him to slow up while they stick a guy in the trail. There's one Marine lying on his back with blood pouring out of him into the water. Hey, spread out! Spread out! There go the corpsmen are walking around. They don't seem to be taking any cover. They're walking upright, looking for casualties, moving from one guy to the next. One of our own boys has just been shot in the side. Oh, a little shot just hit in the water, missed the man by about 6 inches. Here comes the Tommy gunner in. He looks kind of out of breath. His teeth are gritted. He's walking straight towards us, standing up. Nothing hits him. And finally, he just sits down behind us, right behind us, and says, oh, seems to me that casualties are life. So every time you see one, it just makes you feel that there shouldn't be any at all. There goes the amphibian tractors are going...
By early August, at the cost of more than 1,000 American lives, Guam was declared secure. And villagers sang openly a song they had sung only when the Japanese weren't listening. Oh, Uncle Sam, our dear old Uncle Sam, won't you please come back to Guam?
General Douglas MacArthur could hear a similar song calling him to the Philippines. MacArthur, who shared command of the Pacific War with Admiral Chester Nimitz, was dismayed when the Joint Chiefs of Staff decided not to invade the Philippines. The Joint Chiefs reasoned that once Japan was defeated, the islands would fall on their own. But at a meeting with President Roosevelt in Hawaii in late July, the general insisted that the American people would be outraged and American honor discredited if he did not make good on his promise to return. MacArthur had already gone public with these complaints, and Republicans even talked about the general as a presidential candidate. FDR and the Joint Chiefs gave in.
In case you tuned in late, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing by for late news on the invasion of the Philippines. And in the meantime, we are presenting from San Francisco music by George Wright at the organ.
A few moments ago, we heard on our monitoring system the word that we could release a flash that the Philippines actually have been invaded.
On October 20th, a landing was made on Leyte in the Philippines, and General MacArthur went ashore to announce his pledge fulfilled.
The Philippines has returned. We have fought, dedicated and committed to the task.
What followed was the biggest naval battle in history, involving 2 American fleets and just about all that was left of Japan's Navy. 4 days of separate engagements, ranging over 500,000 square miles of ocean, ended with an American victory at Leyte Gulf, a victory made possible by the valor of the men of the 7th Fleet under Admiral Kinkaid, whose wild and improvised attacks routed what seemed to be a superior force. A victory paid for with some 3,000 American lives, added to the 3,000 lives spent in taking Peleliu Island the month before. A victory to satisfy the emotions of retribution and the ironies of history. For numbered among Kinkaid's warships were the battleships California, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and West Virginia. All raised from the mud of Pearl Harbor.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
Bells were ringing tonight in Paris, in a liberated Paris, a Paris that for the first time since 1940 is free from oppression.
Sound
Champs-Élysées on my left, just beginning to get into the junction of the Champs-Élysées and the Place de la Concorde.
On August 25th, Allied forces, spearheaded by General Jacques Leclerc and the French 2nd Armored Division, rumbled into Paris to find that the capital was already controlled by the resistance. And the next day, under a brilliant late summer sky, almost the whole of Paris turned out to welcome a man who had proclaimed himself leader of the resistance. A man who now proclaimed himself leader of France.
And General de Gaulle, walking down the Champs-Élysées, entering the Place de la Concorde now.
The bells of Notre Dame and 100 other churches thundered. Flowers cascaded from balconies amid shouts of Vive la France. People swarmed into the streets and embraced one another. To the south, in Bordeaux, the collaborationist Vichy regime simply ceased to exist. And at Avignon on Liberation Day, crowds gathered by the 14th century palace of the popes to sing a song that had been outlawed for 4 years, the Marseillaise. And now, the Wehrmacht was in retreat. Out of France, through Alsace and Lorraine, into Belgium and Flanders fields, past the stone monuments that marked the horrors of World War I, retreat, across the Marne and the Meuse, into those wooded mountains from which the first massive westward assault of World War II had been launched just 4 years ago. There, in the Ardennes forest, as 1944 drew to a close, the climactic battle of the unquiet Western Front unfolded.
This was Hitler's plan. Attack the thin Allied line on the Belgian frontier, isolate the British in the north from the Americans in the south, strike a few heavy blows, and watch the artificial alliance between the feuding Allied generals collapse. On December 16th, 2,000 guns in the Ardennes open up. 28 divisions cut into Belgium and more than a dozen spearheads, one of them aimed at Bastogne, a crossroads defended by the 101st Airborne. The Allied line breaks with a great panzer bulge through the center. Bastogne is surrounded. The pounding continues. Food and ammunition are almost gone. There is no relief from the cold or from the clouds that keep transports and fighters grounded. December 22nd is recalled by the 101st's acting commander, General Anthony McAuliffe.
On the 22nd, the German commander, ridiculously enough, demanded surrender of the surrounded town. I just replied, nuts, for I knew that one word best expressed the feelings of the division.
As McAuliffe's men cursed the enemy, the weather, and their own predicament, the miracle they need happens. On the 23rd, the clouds vanish, and the sky over Bastogne is filled with planes from England, dropping supplies and bombing the German positions around the clock. Word comes that General Patton's armor is on the way.
On December 26, at 5 p.m., we made contact with friendly troops. Through it all, no one doubted for an instant that we would hold the town under any sort of attack the Germans could put on.
The German spearheads were cut off, the bulge flattened. Hitler's last desperate gamble was lost to a light beyond any commander's control. December 23rd's sunny day and midnight clear.
Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt spent Christmas 1944 at the White House. Only once since his election in 1932 had the president managed to have his Christmas at home in Hyde Park. That was the year before, in 43. His family was there, including 7 of the 14 Roosevelt grandchildren. He carved the turkey and, as always, read aloud from Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Eleanor noticed a special quality and liveliness in his voice. But this year, in 44, there was time only for a brief visit to Hyde Park to rest and to await the election returns that would send him back to the White House for a 4th term. The train that carried Eleanor and Franklin back to the Capitol departed from Hyde Park very early in the darkness, long hours before sunrise. Earlier in the year, before the political conventions, Roosevelt had written the Democratic Party chairman saying, For myself, I do not want to run. All that is in me cries out to go back home on the Hudson River. That phrase, all that is in me, gave expression to a kind of fateful call. The old Roosevelt family home where FDR had grown up appealed to some basic instinct in the man. It found expression, too, in one of the president's favorite songs, a grand old spiritual, Going Home. The train pulled into Washington at 7:30 in the morning. It was a gray, rainy day. From the window of his coach, the president could feel the heavy quiet that enveloped the capital, whose broad streets were luminous and almost empty. He was told that there would no doubt be a crowd at the station to welcome him. There was. 30,000 people had gathered in the square outside Union Station with their dark, wet umbrellas reflecting the chill gray sky. They shouted their greetings, and the applause and cheers gathered from the square and echoed up the route to the White House, where 300,000 people stood in the rain to welcome home the chief. FDR's expression and his whole demeanor changed. He had the driver leave the top down on the convertible Packard, and soon the presidential party was soaked to the skin. Truman and Wallace, riding with the president, noticed something. He was euphoric. And Eleanor saw it too, the bond between this president and this people.
He reacted exactly as he always did react. He enjoyed going out and meeting the people. And their enthusiasm for him and his feeling of being at one with them seemed to give him an amount of exhilaration and energy and strength that nothing else could.
A word about our next program on the home front in a moment. "1945, the year of radio bulletins, one quickly followed by another. The conference at Yalta and the bridge at Remagen. The flag raising on Iwo Jima and the kamikaze attacks on Okinawa. A house in Warm Springs and a bunker in Berlin. The fall of Berlin and the surrender at Reims. The truth about the death camps and the judgment at Nuremberg. The flight of the Enola Gay and a ceremony on the battleship Missouri. A long night of barbarism ends and a Cold War begins. 1945, next on the home front. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world. Hello, world. This is William B. Williams, and this is the home front.
The British called them doodlebugs. They were Hitler's V-1s, pilotless rocket airplanes, flying bombs, sent in level flight across the Channel toward England beginning in June of 1944. The engine of a V-1 would go dead, and then the long wait as the flying bomb fell to Earth. The V-2s started coming over in the fall. They were liquid fuel rockets that soared at supersonic speeds in a great arc, 50 miles high over the Channel. They were invulnerable and gave no warning. Hitler called them his revenge weapons. The V-2s came much too late to alter the course of the war, but Hitler's revenge would be literally long range. In terms that would become familiar in later years, the V-2 was farther to the ICBM. Late in 1944, the Allies discovered that Hitler's program to build an atomic bomb had been badly mismanaged. By then, American, British, and refugee scientists were close to the answer. Some were already expressing grave misgivings about building the bomb. Albert Einstein, whose theories guided atomic research, pleaded with President Roosevelt to abandon the bomb. Generals Marshall and Eisenhower argued against using it. General MacArthur would later warn that atomic weapons put the world on the threshold of its doom. But the atomic project continued. The bomb had acquired an almost autonomous life and will of its own. In a moment, along with my colleagues Frank Gorin and Edward Brown, we'll be back on the home front of 1945, a year that began with the Earth and its solar system just months away from our world's second Big Bang. For the fourth time in 12 years, Franklin Roosevelt raised his right hand and placed his left on the Roosevelt family Bible. The only president that many Americans had ever known was beginning a new term in office. And the Bible was again open to the first epistle of St. Paul to the Corinthians, and to those remarkable words that had found a place in the compassion of the New Deal. And now abideth faith, hope, and charity, these three. And the greatest of these is charity. After the ceremonies, invited White House guests were served a Spartan wartime lunch, chicken salad, hard rolls without butter, coffee and pound cake without icing. More than $400 billion was going into the war. At Yalta, where he met with Roosevelt and Churchill in February, Joseph Stalin raised his glass and saluted American production. Without it, he said, the war could not possibly be won.
In time, Yalta would be remembered by some as the blunder of an ill and weary American president. A view fortified by the news photograph of FDR seated between Churchill and Stalin. His cloak seemed to hang on a wire frame. There were deep hollows around his eyes, and all the light was gone from his face. And when the president reported on Yalta to Congress on March 1st, his weakness was conceded in his first public reference to the uselessness of his legs.
I hope that you will pardon me for an unusual posture of sitting down during the presentation of what I want to say. But I know that you will realize that it makes it a lot easier for me in not having to carry about 10 pounds of steel round on the bottom of my legs, and also because of the fact that I have just completed a 14,000-mile trip.
Immediate need and necessary risk produced agreements at Yalta for a veto structure for a United Nations organization, a Russian zone in Korea, and other territorial concessions. For this, Joseph Stalin promised to make war on Japan once Hitler was defeated. With another year or more of war and enormous casualties considered likely, it was an important promise, and Stalin kept it. but on self-determination for the countries of Eastern Europe, then being crossed by Russian armies. Stalin did not keep his word. At Yalta, Joseph Stalin was all the czars ever committed to Russian expansion to the sea and always fearful of the West. He was avenger of the armies of Hitler and the Kaiser and Napoleon and all who had ever marched and slaughtered their way into Russia. If the world did not respect a Russia that had missed the Renaissance and the Reformation, it could be made to respect Soviet power. For Joseph Stalin, Eastern Europe was a defensive boundary line, which he would armor plate into an iron curtain.
In the weeks following the president's report on Yalta, events moved quickly. American, British, and Canadian forces were pressing the retreating Germans at the Rhine. British incendiaries consumed Dresden and thousands of refugees who had flooded the city from the Eastern Front. The Russians had battled 300 miles in 3 weeks and were in Vienna. In the Pacific, the fight was on for Iwo Jima and Okinawa. President Roosevelt, concerned now about Russian intentions in Europe, went to Warm Springs to work in the sun. Eleanor Roosevelt recalled the day when he left the White House.
The last time I remember seeing Franklin Roosevelt was in early April of 1945. He was back from Yalta, worn and tired, and going to Warm Springs for a rest. I hoped it would restore him, as it so often had. I kissed him goodbye and wished him a restful holiday.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin from CBS World News. A press association has just announced that President Roosevelt is dead. The president died of a cerebral hemorrhage. All we know so far is that the president died at Warm Springs in Georgia.
5:49 p.m., Thursday, April 12th. When the bulletin shot across the land, the president had already been dead more than 2 hours. Among the first to learn, privately, was Harry S. Truman of Missouri.
I offered to do anything I could for Mrs. Roosevelt, and then asked the Secretary of State to call the cabinet together. At 7:09 p.m., I was sworn in as president by Chief Justice Stone in the cabinet room.
And now the news had traveled around the world. In Berlin, where Russian artillery shells were pounding Hitler's bunker, it was already Friday, the 13th. Goebbels told the Fuhrer that FDR's death was an astrological sign, a gift from the heavens, a turning point for Germany. And much of the world was startled to learn that the Japanese had interrupted radio broadcasts with a message from Premier Suzuki, offering sympathy to the American people. An announcer said, "We introduce a few minutes of special music in honor of the passing of the great man." At home, almost everywhere, there was shock, disbelief, and grief. A woman in Detroit said, "It doesn't seem possible. Surely he'll be back on the radio tomorrow telling us it was all just a mistake." In Washington, a black woman sat on a curb on Pennsylvania Avenue weeping. "Oh, he's gone," she said, "gone forever. I loved him so, and he's never coming back." The journey north, burying Eleanor and the casket. The blind accordionist Graham Jackson playing "Goin' Home" as the cortege left Warm Springs. The farmers and townspeople who stood by the tracks almost the whole distance to the Capitol, quiet and motionless. The riderless horse in procession up Pennsylvania Avenue. The ceremony in the East Room of the White House, with Britain's Anthony Eden and Russia's Andrei Gromyko in attendance, and with the empty wheelchair against a far wall. And then, the final journey up through the Bronx and West Point and Poughkeepsie to Hyde Park, and the burial. Just a few days later, 1,000 boxes and crates and relics of the Roosevelt presidency were taken from the White House.
Eleanor walked for the last time down the hallways, past unfaded rectangles of wallpaper where vanished oil paintings had hung from the days of the New Deal and Lend-Lease and D-Day until only yesterday. At Pennsylvania Station in New York, a small army of reporters and photographers pressed in, shouting questions to the former First Lady. They got back just 4 words. "The story," she said, "is over."
We will return to the home front in a moment.
Little Jack Little, and our opening title today, friends, I've Always Wanted to Waltz in Berlin. Here it is. I always wanted to waltz in Berlin. Waltz in Berlin. Waltz in Berlin. The way things look, we'll be waltzing right into Choimany. And Uncle Sam will be leading the band. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ach, du lieber Victory. Always wanted to waltz in Berlin under the linden tree. I wonder how many of you folks today would like to be my partner waltzing down the streets of Berlin.
That's how the Allied advance got translated on the American side of the Atlantic. It got a different reading on the German side.
Let me tell you that here we have a united people who are modest in their wishes. They are not imperialists. They don't want to take what doesn't belong to them. All they want is to live their own simple lives.
In his English language propaganda broadcasts, he was known as Lord Haw Haw. His real name was William Joyce, an expatriate, Brooklyn-born American who became a fascist in Britain in the 1920s, went to Germany when the war began, and offered his services. On April 30th, 1945, with Hitler's Third Reich burning down around him, Lord Haw Haw was just plain drunk.
Whatever else happens, Germany will live. You may not hear from me again for a few months. I say, es lebe Deutschland. Heil Hitler, and farewell.
William Joyce was tried in London for treason, convicted, and hanged.
Adolf Hitler's underground bunker in Berlin was a madhouse of passion and intrigue. Heinrich Himmler carried on with his fantasy that the Allies would need him after the war. Hermann Goering put away his brass and braid for humble olive drab, preparing for the moment when he hoped to seize the government and treaty with the plain man Eisenhower from Kansas. Joseph Goebbels boasted that the murder-suicide plans he had made for himself, his wife, and 6 children would cover him in posthumous glory. Generals took orders from Hitler knowing they could not be carried out. They briefed him on the status of German armies that did not exist and on battles that never took place.
14:01.
The wireless brought news that Benito Mussolini and his mistress Clara Petacci had been captured by Italian partisans and executed, and their bodies strung up by the heels in a public square in Milan. Hitler vowed that he would leave nothing of himself for the world to display. And when his mistress Eva Braun arrived and he let her stay, everyone knew that the end was near. People started leaving the bunker on what were supposed to be brief missions and never came back. Those who stayed listened with dismay or bemusement or not at all as Hitler raged in fury about the treason around him. or as he mumbled in melancholy about his early life and struggles, as he demanded a counterattack against the Russians who were just a few blocks away, as he declared that the German people must perish with the nation, as he absolved himself and assigned to the Jews all blame for the war. They used to stand up when Hitler entered a room and not sit down until he did. Now they paid no attention. Only a few loyalists cared to be at his birthday party on the 20th and at his marriage to Eva on the 29th. Only a few felt graced by his last few unintelligible words of farewell. Only a few felt something warmer than relief when Adolf and Eva, with poison and pistol, went behind closed doors. Their bodies were cremated in the courtyard above, and the flames consumed the 20th century's Wotan, dread ruler of the universe, the wild huntsman of Teutonic mythology who had decreed the deaths of all gods and men. The flames took Siegfried, with the goddess woman Brunhilde willingly at his side in death. The inferno of the Götterdämmerung was reduced to a smelly fire in a shell hole.
This is London calling. Here is a news flash. The German radio has just announced that Hitler is dead.
That was May 1st. Then, within 24 hours...
Now we're breaking into our programs with some splendid news from Moscow. Berlin has fallen.
At a cost to the Russians of 300,000 casualties. The reason why General Eisenhower decided that Berlin was not worth the taking. The advance of the American 1st and 9th Armies and the British 2nd was stopped at the Elbe River, where they met the Russians, whose zone of occupation began on the other side. General Patton rankled under orders to halt his Third Army's drive short of the Russian zone in Czechoslovakia. New lines had been drawn on the map of Europe.
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news. During the first few moments of this bulletin, the war in Europe is coming to its official end.
May 7th, 1945 was a half hour from ending when General Jodl signed the surrender papers at General Eisenhower's headquarters.
4:25 Eastern Wartime, Bob Hite reporting. In a little over an hour and a half, the last German forces in Europe will lay down their arms and the fighting will be officially over. The end of nearly 6 years of war for many Allied troops.
It was Victory in Europe Day, VE Day, May 8th, 1945.
I only wish that Franklin D. Roosevelt had lived to witness this day. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
This is no time to say you've done enough. This is the time to really do your stuff. And even if you can't be a soldier in the ranks, you can be the guy to help supply the guns and planes and tanks. This is the time for you to do your best. This is no time for you to take a rest. The enemy is reeling and his morale is low. So now's the time to fall in line and deal the final blow. Buy a bond. And by, the bonds you buy will bring you victory. Buy a bond. And you'll be standing by the victory arch when Johnny comes marching home again. Oh, you should need no request. For after all, you know that you're investing in the best. Till the lads come back again, back the old attack again, and buy.
We delay the music of the Cleveland Symphony Orchestra to bring you a special report by the Secretary of the Navy, James B. Forrestal, speaking from Guam.
Up the precipitous side of a 600-foot extinct volcano, so precipitous that it seemed almost vertical, went a platoon of American Marines. Even through the glass, they seemed tiny figures scrambling skyward against a background of blue. And then a few minutes later, from the thousands of throats upon ships and on land and sea, came the sudden cry, "There goes the flag."
That was Iwo Jima in February.
This is Sergeant Len Gross of the Army Air Forces speaking from Iwo Jima. The sun is shining here today, shining down on grimy, dust-covered men sweating over airplane engines, trucks, and bulldozers. Shining down on the only neat, clean, and peaceful spots on this desolate island, the two cemeteries where rest some 5,000 Americans. We walked quietly past the row after row of shining white crosses and stars. Along one side of the neat white picket fence are tombstones of various sizes and shapes. Tombstones laboriously carved out of clay and stone by the bodies of the men who were buried there. Many of these same bodies are now buried alongside the men whose stones they carved. There are 2,280 men buried in this particular cemetery, as large or larger than the population of many an American village. 2,280 men, a community equal in size to Colusa, California, Boulder City, Nevada, Caney, Kansas, Bloomfield, Indiana, Mechanicsburg, Ohio, or Allenhurst, New Jersey. The men beneath the white crosses on Iwo, Daly, Smith, Basilone, Levitt, and all the others, knew when they fell that they had not died in vain. And if they can, in some strange way, hear the never-ending roar of powerful Superforts and deadly Mustangs passing over their graves, then they are resting peacefully.
Those superforts now carried incendiaries that raised firestorms on Japan's home islands. And from those islands came the Divine Wind, the kamikaze suicide pilots raging against the Allied fleets, taking 800 men on the U.S. carrier Franklin, sinking more than 30 ships in the assault on Okinawa, the last great battle of the Pacific. Task Force 58, the 1st and 6th Marines, 7th and 96th Infantry, caves and bunkers, tanks and flamethrowers on the Shuri Line. Objectives named Half Moon, Horseshoe, and Sugarloaf. Okinawa. Nearly 13,000 Americans died there. And on the home front, Americans were appalled, and many wondered if the demand for Japan's unconditional surrender wasn't prolonging the war. When Truman, Churchill, and Stalin met at Potsdam in July, a broadcast was made to Japan. It was stated that the surrender terms applied only to the military. There would be no reprisals against the people. Civil government would be restored. Allied occupation would be limited. Japan was also warned that the Allies were armed with a weapon of devastating power.
It was during the Potsdam Conference that parliamentary elections were held in Britain. The Tories, blamed for hard times and the appeasement of Hitler in the 1930s, lost. The Laborites, praised for their performance in the wartime government, won. And Winston Churchill was swept out of office, replaced at Potsdam by Clement Attlee. It was another of 1945's rapid-fire events, and the rate of change was accelerating.
In Tokyo, Prime Minister Suzuki, who had replaced the deposed General Tojo, was trying to arrange a surrender that would preserve the monarchy and avoid a military revolt. But the military chiefs were insisting on one last great battle on the home islands. In August, as he pleaded with the generals to concede, Suzuki and Japan ran out of time.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
On August 6th, the Enola Gay, a B-29 piloted by Captain Paul Tibbets, was an unseen speck in the sky 30,000 feet over Hiroshima, a city of 250,000 people. $2 billion and 2 years of work had gone into the 10-foot-long object that fell silently from the Enola Gay until it was 2,000 feet above the ground. And then, the light of an exploding star. A great boulder of fire is thrown back at the sky. Rolling clouds of poison grow into a pillar almost 9 miles high. On the ground, it is hotter than the inside of the sun. Marble, stone, and steel melt like wax. For several square miles, everything is flattened by the winds of 100 hurricanes. Rivers and people evaporate. And where life remains, it is burned blind and mindless.
Good evening from the White House in Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My fellow Americans, the British, Chinese, and United States governments have given the Japanese people adequate warning of what is in store for them. The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. If Japan does not surrender, bombs will have to be dropped on her war industries, and unfortunately, thousands of civilian lives will be lost. I urge Japanese civilians to leave industrial cities immediately and save themselves from destruction.
For 3 days, the Japanese cabinet argues in deadlock. Prime Minister Suzuki is facing a military revolt. Word comes on the 9th that Russia has declared war on Japan and is overwhelming Japanese defenses in Manchuria. And word comes that an atomic bomb has been dropped on Nagasaki. Emperor Hirohito does something forbidden by all tradition. He openly decides the issue. He tells the cabinet that Japan must submit. The unendurable, he says, must be endured.
7 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Bob Trout reporting. The Japanese have accepted our terms fully. That's the word we've just received from the White House in Washington. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the Second World War. The United Nations, on land, on the sea, in the air, and to the four corners of the earth, are united and are victorious.
We take you now to the Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers in the Pacific, General of the Army, Douglas MacArthur.
My fellow countrymen, today I report to you that your sons and daughters have served you well and faithfully with the calm, deliberate, determined fighting spirit of the American soldier and sailor, based upon a tradition of historical trait as against the fanaticism of an enemy supported only by mythological fiction. Their spiritual strength and power has brought us through to victory. They are homeward bound. Take care of them.
Where are you from? Los Angeles, California. Los Angeles, and what's your name? Stapp. PFC Stapp. And when were you liberated? April the 2nd. Where were you captured? At Weisenberg in Germany. Well, it's going to be California. Here I come. Just in a matter of hours now. Is that it? Won't be long now. Well, thanks a lot. Now, while we've been talking to you, we've just been informed that with this group of 2,000 men here in Mess Hall Number 2 at Camp Kilmer, the commanding officer of the New York Port of Embarkation, Major General Homer N. Groninger, who is here today to greet these men, is about to address another section just outside.
In behalf of General of the Army, George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff, it is my privilege right now to break to you the official news that once you reach your reception center, you will be given not a 21-day furlough, but a 60-day furlough.
This is Frank Gorin. When they stepped off their troop ships and transport trains and planes and looked around and went home, the men who won the war noticed something different. These young men had been 6 or 7 years old when the Depression struck, barely 10 when Franklin Roosevelt was first elected. They were learning to shave when Hitler was gobbling up Czechoslovakia, took a girl to the prom when the Nazis were marching through Paris. Many were looking for work and found it when Pearl Harbor was bombed. And now they were home. And something had changed. The silent explosions and flashes in the brain would go on haunting sleep for a lifetime. Main Street was oddly different. The big hill to the east of town was no more than a gentle rise. The old house and the front yard used to be bigger. The bells in the church tower still played Rock of Ages, but you couldn't really hear them in the next town, and maybe you never could.
But my God, how big and new the whole country was. Look west of the Mississippi. Those brand new towns that have sprung up around the war factories in the big wide open spaces between here and the Rockies. And beyond the Rockies to the Golden Gate, where everything grows and you can do whatever you want. Pack up. Route 40 goes to Denver. Why, there are more than 300,000 people living there now. Or southwest on Route 66 to Albuquerque, population 35,000. Phoenix, 65,000. Los Angeles, 1.5 million. So fold up the uniform, put it in a box with the soup lines and the front lines, and listen, you can put Japan inside the borders of Montana, and Texas is bigger than France, Belgium, and Holland put together.
I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences and gaze at the moon till I lose my senses, and I can't look at hovels and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in, no, Papa, don't you fence me in.
We'll be back on the home front in a moment.
I will now call upon the defendants to plead guilty or not guilty to the charges against them.
This is Edward Brown.
They will...
Some accounting was required. Japan's generals Tojo and Yamashita and several other war leaders were executed, and 22 Nazi leaders would be tried at Nuremberg.
Joachim von Ribbentrop.
11 were sentenced to hang.
Wilhelm Keitel.
10 of them did.
Hermann Wilhelm Göring.
Bevor ich die Frage des Gerichtshofes beantworte, ob ich mich schuldig oder nicht schuldig bekenne.
You must plead guilty or not guilty.
Bekenne mich im Sinne der Anklage nicht schuldig.
Hermann Göring cheated the hangman by taking poison. Imperfect justice, but some accounting was required. Of some 70 million men who served in uniform, 17 million did not survive the war, and civilian deaths were far greater. British civilians, 100,000. Italian, 150,000. French, 400,000. Germans and Japanese, 600,000 each. Yugoslavs and Poles, more than 1 million. Chinese, 8 million. Russians, 14 million. Some accounting was required. Some accounting was required for Auschwitz and Dachau and Buchenwald and those other places, for the ashes and bleached bones of 6 million or more European Jews. Some accounting was required in respect for the Danes and the Dutch and the Norwegians, and those who saved as many as they could from the ovens and the perversions of Nazi science. Imperfect justice that could not restore the dead or ease the conscience of those nations that might have saved many more while there was still time, but had kept their gates locked. Imperfect justice. Churchill called it the victor's justice. But for the war's 50 million dead, some accounting was required.
Many familiar names there at the start of the war in 1939 were not there at the finish. Gone were Wendell Willkie, Alfred E. Smith, Louis Brandeis, and George Washington Carver. James Joyce, Virginia Woolf, and F. Scott Fitzgerald. John Barrymore, Fats Waller, Lorenz Hart, and Glenn Miller.
And speaking of Miller, we're proud to say that GM has joined the Army. And since he has to report for duty soon, tonight and tomorrow will be the wind-up of Glenn's Moonlight Serenade.
Starting next week, in our regular spot, the nation's #1 trumpeter, Harry James, and his wonderful band will be playing for all you listeners.
September 1942.
Harry, naturally, we're very reluctant to give up our Moonlight Serenade. But since I got a date with Uncle Sam coming up, I can sincerely say I'd rather have you take over our regular Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday spot than anyone I know. So, next Tuesday, get to work, mister.
Well, Captain Miller, coming from you, that's an order. But seriously, Glenn, I'm sure everyone agrees with me that you're doing a mighty fine thing in joining the Army.
Thank you very much, Harry. That's quiet. You know, folks, it makes me feel a little sad to leave Marion, Tex, Skip, the Modern Airs, this wonderful gang of boys in the band, and all our friends listening. There's a lot of swell guys in the outfit. I'm going in, and maybe all of us can get together again after this thing is over. In the meantime, I'll see you all in the Army, and we'll say goodbye in the best way we know how.
2 years later, while flying from London to Paris to make arrangements for his band to play, Major Glenn Miller's airplane vanished over the English Channel. When friends and the famous disappear from our lives, the loss is clearly an end to something. Beginnings are invisible. Between the time of Glenn Miller's New Year's Eve engagement in New York in 1939 and his unmet engagement in Paris, the world's unnoticed, unremarkable births included, in England, 4 boys named George, Paul, Ringo, and John. The words cut into the stone of the United States Archives building in Washington, D.C. are these by William Shakespeare. What is past is prologue. We will return to the home front in a moment.
In the future days, which we seek to make secure, we look forward to a world founded upon 4 essential human freedoms. The first is freedom of speech and expression everywhere in the world. The second is freedom of every person to worship God in his own way everywhere in the world. The third is freedom from want, which translated into world terms means economic understandings which will secure to every nation a healthy, peacetime life for its inhabitants everywhere in the world. The fourth is freedom from fear, which translated into world terms means a worldwide reduction of armament to such a point and in such a thorough fashion that no nation will be in a position to commit an act of physical aggression against any neighbor anywhere in the world.
The defeat of fascism in World War II did not bring about the universal adoption of those 4 freedoms, because victory in war did not mean the defeat of human society's worst mischiefs and miseries. Old quarrels and hatreds, suppressed by the war at home and abroad, were revived. Ideological struggles condemned new generations to suffer oppression in one form or another. The fate of millions passed from the hands of petty princes to the cold speculations of global strategies. Modern weapons, relied on to prevent war, shadowed the world with threats and fear. Younger generations who did not experience the unity, achievement, and triumph of World War II could not easily share with those who did the same perceptions of history's lessons. That would bring disillusionment and discord to many home fronts. Such is history's way, to leave coexisting generations to preserve or to redefine from their own experiences those things which mean freedom to them. To some, freedom may mean all the rights and obligations of democracy. To others, it may mean the right to plow a piece of ground undisturbed by complex notions of citizenship. Newer generations may ask the older ones not to be tyrannized by the past, and to see that it is the quality of a society that counts and not the color of its banner. And the older generations may ask the newer ones not to discount, in Winston Churchill's words, the blood, toil, tears, and sweat of those who have gone before them. It is a long roster, all those devoted and expended lives, all those people whose fate it was to be in a certain place at a certain time, and whose destiny it was to labor in the name of humanity. On these Homefront programs, we've remembered with particular respect the many who kept hope alive during the long night of barbarism that was the Second World War. For Edward Brown and Frank Gorin, this is William B. Williams. So long, world.
This is Henry Chapp, the host and producer of both the World War II Old Time Radio Channel and the World War II Newspaper Channel. I hope that you enjoyed this presentation as much as I did 30 years ago when I first heard it. Please take the time to subscribe to both channels. Until next time, good night. God bless.
This changing world, this changing scene, where is it taking us? What does it mean? As long as we're certain of each other, we know we don't have to be afraid. These changing times we rise above. We have no time for them. We have our love, and love is the only thing that still remains the same through all this change.